It really doesn't matter what you think. All right? It really doesn't matter what you say. It really doesn't matter what you think. All right? It really doesn't matter what you say.
What's going on, everybody? Christian Ballard here, Ballard Sports Media, and what a day it was for the Crimson Tide, for Ole Miss, really for a lot of teams in college football. Alabama getting a dominant win, shockingly, and I say that in terms of it was not close. I expected it to be. I thought Ole Miss was going to get Alabama. I guess we'll have to wait until November to lose when we go to Jordan-Hare. Speaking of Jordan-Hare, though, tonight on the broadcast is Auburn and LSU. I apologize. Although Auburn is in the state of Alabama. Do me a favor, guys. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Going to be watching it on my cell phone. I'll be going live for you guys calling this game. Really don't care who wins, honestly. As a fan, let's be honest, as a Bama fan, I really hate both of these teams, but this is always a great matchup. It really is. This one in Death Valley, which is located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Hold on one second. I want to look something up here. Let's get this for you guys to show you what we're dealing with here tonight. Hold on. You look at this rivalry here. Right. They first met in 1901, going back, 120 years, 28-0. They last met, of course, last year. Auburn won 48-11. That was at Jordan-Hare, in which Auburn had snapped a 3-game losing streak to LSU. And it's kind of been that way in history if you look at it. I noticed the past couple times, go back to 2007, back with Les Miles. It was LSU 3 times, Auburn. LSU 3 times, Auburn. LSU once, then Auburn in 2016, then the past 3 years, and then, of course, last year at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Who do I want to win? Who would I expect to win? Well, quite honestly, as an Alabama fan, I really don't like either of these teams, but I do have family members that are Auburn fans. I just want to see a great, amazing game, honestly. When I get down to it, hold on. Let's see if I can pull this up. What's up, Jacob Watson? What's up, Big Lee? How you guys doing? Hope everyone's doing great. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button. Love you guys. Penn State currently 4-0 on the year. They are ranked in the top 5. They're 14 zip over Indiana at home tonight with 12:47 left in the second quarter, just before halftime. Clemson, believe it or not, at home, up on Boston College. I think Boston College is a really great team. And here's the thing. Clemson's just having one of those down years. They don't have much talent. Or they have the talent, but it's too young. You get what I'm saying? It's DJ and everybody else. We saw DJ last year, but a lot of these other guys, you had ETN leave. You got Justin Ross back from injury. You have new guys stepping up, young guys stepping up, ultimately. So it's great to see them up right now. That's a pretty good game. Oklahoma State shutting out Baylor right now at halftime, 14 nothing. Alabama, of course, got the win over Ole Miss, 42-21. When you look at it, so yeah, it's been almost 20 years since Auburn last won at LSU. Here, though, LSU is only favored by a field goal. Do I take them? Who do I take with that? Who would you guys take? It's a 3-point spread, LSU. I have a feeling Auburn might pull this off. I don't know why, but I just do. I don't know. It's weird when you look at it. The money line, LSU by 150. Over-under is 56. Auburn has clearly the better defense and better offense in general. I like Tank Bigsby. I think he's a good runner. He's got over 400 yards. He's got 4 touchdowns. I think, how did these teams win this game tonight? And I'm just not realizing, I apologize, I was showing this here. But again, looking back at this, Auburn won 48-11 last year. LSU won the last 3. It's kind of been up and down. It's like if LSU is going to win 3, at least what it seems like in history, LSU gets a good streak going, and then Auburn ultimately gets them 1 or 2 years in a row, and then lets LSU go off on a streak, and Auburn gets it back. So let me fix this here. I want to share the game summary off ESPN. You can check this here. Bo Nix, he's doing pretty good. I don't think Auburn, whatever struggles they have right now, I don't think it's the offense. They're scoring 44 points a game, allowing maybe 15, 16 points a game. Good defense. Played teams like Penn State a couple weeks ago. LSU, not really an advantage in points allowed or points scored. They're lower in both, 34.5 to 22.8. I think this will be a really close game. Is it a big shootout? I don't think so. But, I mean, you'd hope. I don't know. I want this to be a good game. I don't want it to be a blowout. Honestly, I have a feeling Auburn's going to get this victory here. I know that might sound crazy because it's at Death Valley, but I just have that feeling. So, Joseph Sandberg, Florida taking an L. Is Stingley going to play? Derek Stingley? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't really heard anything about it, but I can check to see what the latest is on him. If I Google this, hold on. The top quarter in the draft. Apparently he's out for a second straight week due to a foot injury. So it looks like he's not going to play. So I think that definitely gives a disadvantage for LSU in a way for the defense overall. But we'll see. I mean, a lot can happen. This is a SEC West showdown. This is a rivalry on the road in the SEC, and you're ranked against an unranked but only one loss LSU team. There's some teams out there that still control their own destiny, and of course, LSU being one of them, Auburn being one of them. There's a lot of these one-loss teams, that just – let me get this game on here. That just – they control their own destiny. And there's a lot of teams that you just don't realize, are as good as they are. Cincinnati taking down Notre Dame today, 24-13. It's pretty good. Ballard, StreamYard. Jacob always wants me to drop the link. I will not do that tonight. Quit asking. I'm dead serious, dude. Emory Jones with the keeper here. We're looking at this Kentucky game. And Emory, see, here's the thing. I don't think necessarily – I think the play calling for Florida is bad. I really don't get the whole Emory Jones is a terrible quarterback. He's not that bad. He's undersized. I think losing Kyle Pitts and Kyle Trask, it's not what it was last year, and I definitely don't like the play calling. I don't think it's necessarily lack of talent. They got a couple young guys, to be honest, but, I mean, I don't think for Florida the problem is talent. It's just And also their defense is bad. So what do I mean? Quit asking you. Why don't you ask Coach Saban, dude?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
No, I'm also. Why do you keep? I want to know what he keeps. Jacob keeps saying Ballard StreamYard. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, it's on StreamYard. You told me to start it up. I did that. So again, last year on Halloween in Auburn, Auburn won 48-11. That was an unranked matchup. This one, a little bit different. LSU is not ranked, but Auburn is, and Auburn still only has the one loss to Penn State from week 3 a couple weeks ago. Hold on one second. Alabama will be looking at Georgia's back the whole season. Well, okay, here's the thing. Georgia is, this year at least, an actual contender, right? I didn't see contender last year. I definitely didn't see it in Jake Fromm's final couple years. Forget about winning the East. They truly have a good team. And they can shock college football in December if Alabama wins the West. Because quite honestly, that's still open a bit. I mean, LSU, Auburn. I mean, there's a couple teams in the West right now that I don't think we're giving much credit to that could take out the Crimson Tide. Now, 9 times out of 10, you say, well, Bryce Young's just going to not slow down and Alabama's going to keep going. Rivalry games, right? I mentioned LSU. I mentioned Auburn. They took care of Ole Miss. Georgia is a for sure lock for the East. I mean, the East is, it's not the worst. It's not necessarily one of the worst. It's just not – it's not that there's bad teams, but they're not Georgia's level. And Georgia – here's the thing about Georgia. I do think they're a great program. I think they're a great team, right? But do they have what it takes to beat Alabama? Well, they haven't. They've played them, and they've done a decent job. They can't beat Alabama. We've seen this story before. Who am I kidding? I know Alabama's not winning a national title this year. I know Georgia's the team that can beat Alabama if anybody. I'm still going to say this, too. They have an Iron Bowl at Jordan-Hare. And Georgia fans shouldn't get too cocky either. I really think so. Because if Auburn wins tonight and they get some leverage and rise up in the ranks and whatever, and they still only have that one loss ultimately to Penn State, they gotta host Georgia in a couple weeks. And quite honestly, Georgia, it might be better, but Auburn still in history has your number at Jordan-Hare. And that's fair. That is fair. You know that. You cannot deny that whatsoever. Okay. Jacob says they're beating Alabama. Someone's beating Alabama. I think it's going to be Auburn at Jordan-Hare. I don't know what it is. Well, I know what it is. I don't like it. Although you got to think, with the Iron Bowl, the fact that it's an every other year you're going to win thing, and Auburn does beat Alabama occasionally, and it's not one-sided, that's what makes it so great. You have to admit that. But yes, I mean, look, if Alabama wins the West, which, like I said, Auburn needs a win tonight. LSU needs a win. These are 3-1 teams in the SEC West, right? You also have Ole Miss, who just lost to Alabama, took their first loss. I I think that was both teams were what 4-0. They played 4 games, so now Ole Miss is like 4-1. You have that with the SEC West. I think it's one of the better divisions in football, and you know. I said Georgia's not beating. Look, no, Georgia's not beating Alabama. Auburn, listen to me, Haas. So, here's the thing. Did Alabama prove anything today? I think they did. Somewhat. I know Alabama's not winning another title this year. It's hard to go back to back. Clemson's out of the playoffs. You got Boston College. Well, I mean, they're losing right now going into halftime against Clemson. It's currently 13-3 with under 30 seconds. You have that. I want Alabama to win another national. I want that. And it's not necessarily that I'm doubting. It's hard to repeat in football. It's only been done by Alabama one time. One. Well, at least in the Saban era. And we haven't seen back-to-back championships since Alabama. Remember, we had A.J. McCarron. We're going back 10 seasons ago. 10 years. It's hard to do. It could happen. I'm not going to doubt that. I'm just saying I don't think it will. Someone's going to get Alabama. Is Georgia in a good position to do it? This year, yes. They're an actual contender. They shut out the number 8 team at home. Of course, Georgia's good. Of course, they could beat Alabama. It wouldn't look good on Saban to lose to a coach like Kirby Smart, but, still. I mean, you lose to a former assistant like that? Come on, man. You don't want that, Saban? They better watch out, because I'm telling you, we got fans back in the stands? Okay, understand that. Let's get down to business here. Jordan-Hare is one of the tougher environments in college football. In the SEC, but just in college football, that's a tough place. Auburn has their number. That's going to be a tough game. I'm telling you right now. Not saying Alabama can't win, but I'm saying they better watch out. And now that I think about it, Auburn, if they keep winning and they play their cards right, they're 3-1. They could still only have the loss to Penn State, run the table, and be second in the West. We could have a winner-take-all showdown this year for the Iron Bowl. Brian Harsin's first year. They could. It could be winner-take-all. It could. If both Alabama and Auburn play their cards right, win the games that they need to win the rest of the way. Auburn is still alive for a playoff. LSU is. There's a lot of teams out there that I think are not doing as bad as maybe some people think, and we're just shutting them out because they're not ranked high enough. They're not talked about because they're not top 10 or they took a loss or whatever it might be. There's some teams out there. There are a lot of teams that still control their own destiny right now, this year. There is. Right? Hey, what's up, Maddie? Roll Tide, buddy. Hope you're doing good. You were right. I was wrong. To Haas. Apologize. She has my lack of faith. Really. LSU is not undefeated, actually. What's up, Nate? How you doing? You might be right about Michigan. What part about Michigan? Beating Ohio State this year? Ohio State's terrible. Oregon just officially lost to Stanford. Damn, I really thought they would be number 3 in the playoffs, says Alan A. Good to see you in here, buddy. Yeah, they lost to, but isn't that their first loss? They beat Ohio State. Let me double check let me double check all this here. Okay. Michigan. Michigan is 5-0. Let's see. Yeah, that's only their first loss. Is Oregon. Stanford, I'm sorry. That's interesting for Stanford, though. This game should be starting. Are we seriously waiting on Florida and Kentucky for Auburn LSU? Hold on. Tell me they put it on a different channel. Jacob says it's ESPN2. Do they switch it over to that? I don't know. What's up, Dominic? It's not ESPN2 because that's still Baylor and Oklahoma State. Both 4-0, by the way. This is a good game to keep an eye on. Live in a different time zone than that has nothing to do with it, Jacob. That has nothing to do with it. Let's see if I can find something. Emory Jones throws. Emory Jones is I'm telling you, he's a good quarterback. He's just undersized, if anything. I seriously cannot believe we're waiting on Florida and Kentucky. I mean, it's a good rivalry. Don't get it twisted. I'd rather watch a battle of tigers with one loss each that are rivals of, Alabama, which, of course, you guys know is my team. These are teams that I think Bama might need to look out for, and I think tonight will be a game that will say a lot about these teams. I mean, you got strength on strength, good quarterback play, good running backs, skill players, ultimately. Cincinnati could get into it. Talking about the playoffs, Nate, they could. I don't know if they will. Kentucky's 4-0. Florida's 3-1. There's a lot of teams with records right now, either undefeated or one loss. And you can say whatever about like they haven't played anybody or whatever. I don't know. But, as far as if you want to look at like division races and everything with conferences, I mean, there's a lot of teams out there you might want to keep an eye on in some upcoming matchups. Hint this one tonight, and of course, 4-0 Kentucky against a 3-1 Florida. Not only big rivalries, but just overall with records and everything is pretty important for these teams to get a victory. Emory Jones on this drive Florida's on is 3 of 4 for 34 yards. Oh no. And it's buffering. Crap. The sooner they run this clock out, get the game over with, the sooner we move on to Auburn LSU. Seriously, I'm excited for this one. This will be good. Emory Jones throws it on the flat. What's up, LW? Roll Tide, man. Good to see you in here. We're live on Facebook and YouTube for Ballard Sports Media, covering Auburn LSU as soon as this Kentucky-Florida game gets done. Oh, now on ESPN News. Hold on. Here we go. I'm just going to be straight with you guys. I don't care what happens with Florida and Kentucky. I know it's a great rivalry, but at this point, those teams are just going to fall off eventually, honestly. Where is it? Skycast. Crap, that's not the one. So fixing to see kickoff for this game here. Let me pull the rosters up. This will bounce in the end zone for a touchback, and that'll bring out Bo Nix and the Auburn offense. Again, third in the West right now, just behind teams like Ole Miss and Alabama. And, of course, LSU. I mean, there's a lot of teams in the mix. 3-1 Auburn, third in the West, 22 overall. TJ Finley transferred out of LSU. But Bo Nix is the key guy, although he was benched last week against Georgia State. So we will see what happens here. TJ Finley is on the sideline. So it will be Auburn ball to start the game. LSU leads the series 31-23-1 overall, so it is close, but LSU has had an advantage. Have they been a better program? I don't know. That's a good question, actually, because I think both of these teams are just as good as a program as the next man. So. 15 minutes on the clock. They put it there. It's in Death Valley. Let's do this. Bo Nix is 6'3", 214 pounds. He's 18-10 as a starter. In his career, he's got over 5,000 passing yards, which is really good. They'll start with a keeper by Bo Nix, and he'll make it out to the 35 of Auburn. Bring up a second down. And, of course, how out Auburn likes to play is no hurry up, tempo. Throws it deep, way over the head, and that's going to be incomplete. He was looking for his receiver there, number 5, Kobe Hudson, a sophomore from Pine Mountain, Georgia. .54%, 12th in the FBS on third downs for Auburn. He's ranked 22, by the way. LSU unranked, but both teams 3-1 on the year. Both have played some pretty outstanding opponents to start the season. 3rd and 6 upcoming. 14.5 to play. Bo Nix, shotgun formation, takes a snap, throws it over in the middle. Great dart to his receiver there, and it picks up the sticks. Shedrick Jackson, the senior from Hoover, Alabama, gets the completion there. Demetrius Robinson, was the receiver, not Jackson. Handoff to Bigsby, who gets maybe 2 out of that one to the 45. Bring up second down. I think that's what you want to do if you're Auburn. You want to get a good start offensively with your offense. Give Tank Bigsby a ball. Give him the ball. He's a really good running back. He's got 7 games with 100-plus yards. He's a sophomore. And I think if Auburn goes hurry up, no huddle, and throws LSU defense off guard, they'll definitely have a chance, but not here as LSU stops them there for a loss, taking Bigsby out of the backfield. Was number 25. Cordell Flott from Saraland, Alabama, a junior. Corner for LSU. Nix will run with it, get it to the 45. Move the ball, won't move the sticks. It is 4th down. Good stop there. Key player on that play there for LSU was number 11. Was it was Ali Gay, a senior. It's buffering. Hold on. Let me pull it back up. See Joseph and Jacob in the comments arguing about Georgia. At least they're a playoff contender this year. At least Kirby, he's proven to be a really good head coach, decent head coach for him, I think. He's working some things out definitely for this Georgia team, this program really. Waiting for this to load, pull back up here. Just missed a big play. Who is that? It's about Cincinnati. Okay, well, Cincinnati is a really good team. Playoff bound there. Is that what you want to hear? I don't know. Great throw over the middle by Johnson. Handoff up the middle, not quite to the 35. As it's Max Johnson out there, giving it to Armani Goodwin, a freshman from Birmingham, Alabama, is the key running back in the backfield here. Got a couple key guys up front, too, when you look at the line. Chasen Hines, a senior from Marshall, Texas. You got 75 Anthony Bradford, who's an offensive lineman. A couple great players out there to block. Throws over the middle. It is complete at about the 30. He won't quite make it to the sticks there as he's taken down. (13-6) halftime Clemson over Boston College. Hold on 1 second. This is not updating. Third and 2 for the Tigers of LSU. Johnson throws it complete. Got it to his man. Breaks his tackle. Tripped up, though. Cannot quite make it any further. But it does pick up the first. Johnson and shotgun. 1st and 10 for LSU. Fakes a handoff. Going to keep it. Going to run to his left. Got room. Can't quite make the sticks. There is a flag down, but it looked like he got up just past the 30. Hold on. This is not working right. Yeah, I don't know why ESPN's not updating online. I try to get the play-by-play for you on here to show y'all, but I guess it's not going to update. So, I don't know. We'll see. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. If you're new, share it out. Let's keep growing the channel. I'd like to hit 500 by my birthday in 2 months. It'll be also 2 years on the channel. 2nd and 11 upcoming for LSU. Showing blitz here for Auburn. A couple guys in the backfield. LSU calls timeout. Max Johnson and guys will talk it over before a 2nd and 11. Score still 0-0. 8:07 to go in the first here with LSU and Auburn. It looks like they're not going to take a commercial break here. Of course, Max Johnson, key guy. Kayshon Boutte, a key receiver to watch tonight for LSU, really all season. He's one of their better guys. He's a sophomore. I mentioned him earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Got a 2nd and 11 upcoming after LSU timeout. Some key guys, Auburn defensively, 37. Romello Height is a sophomore from Dublin, Georgia. You got Iku Leote, number 55 from Asheville, North Carolina. TD Moultrie is a key senior that they have from Birmingham. He's pass rush. Then senior. It's now 1st and goal here for LSU. And that was a good play by Max Johnson to get it to his man, Kayshon Boutte, who I think is probably one of the better receivers. They got 10 red zone offensive drives, 8 touchdowns, and 2 field goals for LSU. So they've been a red zone offense. Again, I don't think LSU is what they were, and I don't think they're ever going to be what Joe Burrow and Joe Brady and all those guys made it. Bad snap. It's all the way at the 30. Max Johnson does cover it, but, man, that's going to result in a huge loss of yardage for LSU. Wow. What? Just a little bit too far to the right of Max Johnson. He's able to get on top of it, though, and keep it. So at least LSU doesn't turn it over. But unfortunately for them, they do lose yards. Like I was saying, can they get back to being a championship type of team or competing in top 10, top 15? I think they could at some point. I don't know what's going on. I still think they're 2 years removed. As this one goes deep, incomplete. Whoa, no, he got what? How did he catch that? Kayshon Boutte, 31 yards. I did not see that go in his hands. I thought it hit the ground. What a play. LSU strikes early. Yeah, I thought LSU would get back eventually and, they'd maybe do something where it's we're not 2019, but we still got it in us. We could take a loss, but run the table, win the SEC. They're a couple years removed from it. Now, for this season, they still only got one loss. They could win tonight. It'd be a huge win to win a top 25 game at home. Like I said earlier, 3-1 Auburn, 3-1 LSU. These are teams that I think the Crimson Tide, who are now undefeated, extra point up and good, by the way, I think they need to watch out for. 7-0 LSU striking here first in the first quarter. We got about 9:33 left to play. 6:33, I'm sorry. Misread that. $6:33 on the clock. They will not take a commercial break. The team will line up to kick it off to Auburn. Here's the kick. It's up. It's going to be a touchback. Here's the handoff. Nope, keeps it. No, he does hand it off. My bad. Why is it going blurry? Bo Nix is out there now for Auburn, the key starting quarterback. I like Bo Nix. I know a lot of us on here, we kind of talk a little smack every now and then, but I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be. I think he's got a good arm. He's got good awareness. Systematic, yes. Is he mobile? Not really. As he flushes out of the pocket, he does throw it, and it's incomplete. But he does a good job there getting away from pressure and trying to make a play. Unfortunately, that one was incomplete. I think that was Demetrius Robinson out there that he was trying to get, the transfer from Georgia. 3rd and 3 upcoming, 5:56 on the clock after an incompletion. Clock not moving. They're 1 of 2 on third downs tonight. Both teams, LSU did use a timeout. Auburn with all 3. Bo Nix senses the pressure, steps up in the pocket, carries himself forward for the first down. Still in Auburn territory, just shy of the 40. Looked like he got to about the 38-yard line. 5:46 and counting. As now Bo Nix rolls out, throws it, caught, incomplete. I'm not sure if he got the first down there. It looked like he was just shy as he flew out of bounds there. Demetrius Robinson with the catch. Also got some key guys out there. Kobe Hudson, wide receiver, sophomore. I mentioned him earlier, Pine Mountain, Georgia. Got Tank Bigsby, the running back. Just a couple key playmakers, you know. You don't have to be top 10 to be a good team. You don't have to be ranked. Like, there's talent all around in college football, and Auburn is always one of those teams that just has talent. Even if they have a bad year, they just end up playing like the better teams, and just, I don't know what it is that they just find games to lose here. They've only lost to Penn State so far. They're 3-1. It's a good start for Brian Harsin. Here's a 2nd and 10 after an incompletion. Just under 5 minutes. Hand it off. No, fakes a handoff. Throws out to his receiver. His tight end there. Spin move as he fights forward for an extra yard right at the 45-yard line. Bo Nix able to get it in the flat there to Luke Deal, number 86. No, that was 85. I'm sorry. The brother of Jake Fromm, Tyler Fromm, the tight end, also from Warner Robins. Just like his brother, of course. Jake Fromm, of course, the former Georgia quarterback, now backing up Josh Allen with the Bills. One wide out to the top. Good formation. Bo Nix going to keep it, fake a handoff. He throws at the last minute. It's caught for the first down. Also past the field goal line. What a play there. He sensed the pressure. He got away. He realized where he was, too. I think if he had taken an extra step forward, he would have had a, illegal forward pass or whatever, but he got it out to 85, Tyler Fromm I was just mentioning. Hey, what's up, K-Dog? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good win for Georgia today, too, over Arkansas. And Florida losing to Kentucky. Bo Nix fakes a handoff. Good protection. He stutter steps a little bit, hesitates, got to get away. He finds opening, he runs, and he gets some yards just shy of the 30, past the field goal target line that they're showing. 3.5 to play in the first, 7-0 LSU, but Auburn in good position to keep the ball moving. .311 and counting, 2nd and 6, no, 2nd and 8. Bo Nix, handoff to Bigsby, who's going to be stopped back behind the line of scrimmage. He'll bring up a 3rd down as key player for the defense of LSU. Makes a stop there. Damon Chark, a senior from Baton Rouge, gets him. Defensive edge rusher. Throws it. It's incomplete on 3rd down. Screen went black, says Jacob. That's not true. It didn't. There's no way. Not on my end, at least, it didn't. So 4th and 7, they will try Anders Carlson out there for the field goal. And this will be, crap, I can't read that. Is that 53 yards? And ESPN's having a hard time loading. Damn it. Penn State up 14-0. Huh? Yeah, I saw that. 13-13, 12.5 in the 3rd with Boston College and Clemson. Penn State doing good at halftime, 14-0 over Indiana. Let me try to get back to this. LSU, Auburn. This is really pissing me off. This is killing me. ESPN, I'm going to need you to work.
I'm going to have to ask you to go ahead and move your desk again.
Okay, it's working now. We got a commercial break. I will say what I've seen so far. I think both offenses are good. Both defenses, too. I think that they just match up evenly, at least for these teams. But obviously, the home crowd at Death Valley for LSU is definitely helping them out. And, just overall, I mean, this has always been a competitive rivalry and close game. Auburn burned a timeout, 2:18 left in the first. We're getting back to it here. Obviously trying to figure out what they want to do. And Auburn has always really been like a risky type of program to go for it on fourth yardage, fourth down situations with short yardage. It's Auburn ball. They're going to try from 51 with Anders Carlson, though. We'll see if they make this to get up on the board. LSU shifts a little bit. The snap, the hold, the kick is up. It is no good and wide right. It hooked at the last possible minute, and Auburn does not get on the board. 2:12 on the clock for LSU's offense, though, here in the first quarter. They get back from commercial break, and it looks like they're heading to a commercial break now. Once again. Hold on just 1 second. Back to the action, 140 to go. 7-0 LSU. Both teams again 3-1. LSU just not ranked. Max Johnson. Pressure, throws it on the ground. There was already a flag, but I think that one right there might be intentional grounding as well. I don't know. Joseph says, having last name Carlson for a kicker is not a good idea. I'm not sure what this flag is here. Hands to the face on the defense. Oh! Targeting for 29 of Auburn on defense. Hold on. Number 46. I think they mentioned the 29, the targeting call. And of course they gotta review it. I don't know. Hold on. Derek Hall, the junior edge rusher. Number 29 is the guy that they're saying had targeting. What's up, Shadow? How you doing, man? Says, what's up, Ballard? Florida and Oregon are trash. UGA and Bama are the only elite teams. Go Dogs. Well, congrats to your Dogs for being competitors this year. Like, for real. Like, have it all figured out and have a really good chance at what Kirby Smart's done this season so far for you guys. Because I'm just going to be honest. I say that stuff. Oh, they've been a premier program the past few years. Okay. Well, there's some things they haven't figured out. They haven't made it back to the playoffs. They haven't won the SEC since 2017. And that's not a bad thing. They're winning bowl games and stuff, but I mean, come on. Is that where they need to be? Or is their ceiling a national championship? Because, I mean, all you Georgia fans talk about how much you want it. You need it. It has to happen this year. But, like, anything short of that, is it really that big of a deal? You had the one season, which, by the way, you beat Auburn to get in the playoffs, to win the SEC. Just saying. I mean, I'm not trying to throw Georgia under the bus too much. They're great. They're a great team this year. They've been a great team. But, like, y'all sit there and say, oh, I'm disappointed because we didn't win a national title. I understand that. But for where Kirby Smart is right now, man, take a bowl game. Take a bowl game every now and then. That's good. I get you want to go higher. But it's only been – he's been there for, what, 5 years? 6 years, right? He led you to one in 2017. Yeah, he hasn't got you back, but, I mean, a couple years after that, you had Jake Fromm. I mean, do you really – I mean – now this year, I don't blame you for doing it because JT Daniels, this hyped-up Heisman contending quarterback, and some talented receivers, I mean – you have to – I mean, this is it. JT's gone after this year. You don't have anybody. Rock Vandergriff might be coming in, but he'll be young and inexperienced. Just saying. Or Carson Beck might come in. I don't know. I can never – you think Georgia fans are upset about the quarterback situation there in Athens and handling of it? I'm upset because it's so bad. It's confusing for me. I hear this name, that name, left and right. I can't put up with it. I don't understand. Georgia's a great program going in the right direction, and they're doing great every year. That's the thing, right? They're making bowl games. They're making New Year's Six bowls. Be happy. You're in a good position. Good play over the middle there. LSU having the ball here. Keishon Boutte with that catch. Still the first quarter, minute and a half and counting. Minute 18 now, actually. Johnson takes the snap, throws it deep, incomplete. That was good coverage there for Auburn. As that was Roger McCreary, one of the top corners they have from Mobile. He's a senior. Was on receiver number 10. Was that 10, I think I saw? Connor gets it out of the backfield. Gets a couple yards there, but he'll carry to move the ball. A good job, though, of course, by the Auburn line to recognize the play, stay with them, and not let them get a whole lot of yards there. They hold them for only a gain of like 1 or whatever, and a 3rd and 4 upcoming. Some pressure here, blitz. Lined up, 3 receivers to the right of the quarterback. He's got to pick up and run. He trips, but he carries himself for the first down, and they do move the sticks. Auburn's saying he was just short of it. They might actually have to review this play. No, he was – I think he was down short there. Yeah, they're going to review this to see if it was a first down. And again, these two teams have only one loss so far on the year. These are teams that one of these teams is going to be out of playoff contention for sure, right? But, both of these teams have to face Alabama. Auburn has to face Georgia. Say whatever you want to. But who would you guys say needs this win more, honestly? I mean, does LSU need to win this more to keep the momentum going? Does Auburn need it? Because the way I see it, both of these teams are huge rivals of Alabama, right? These are two teams on Alabama's schedule, especially Auburn. I mentioned earlier at Jordan Hare that hold on, let me turn this down. A Jordan Hare Iron Bowl is not easy for Alabama. Even if they've been the best all year long, they still take a loss, right? Somehow. And if Auburn runs the table, they also got to play Georgia at home. If they beat Georgia, if they win tonight, I think it's next weekend they play Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. I know they moved the game, the Deep South game. If they beat Georgia and pull an upset, that gives them some momentum going forward, right? I mean, this could be pretty good. So this whole it's Alabama, they're going all the way. I would not, I wouldn't rule it out, but there's some teams out there, man, you just got to keep your eye on. And flags come in. It looked like some guys were offsides for Auburn here. Johnson and Fair on the defensive line as Caleb Johnson and then Tony Fair, the senior from South Bend. It was just number 90, actually. That's who they call it on, Tony Fair. Yeah, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. If you're new, I really would appreciate it. It means a lot. We're on the road to 500 subs. I'd like to hit that by the 2-year anniversary of the channel, if that's fine, which will be December 9th. If we could hit 500 by then, that would be amazing. I love each and every one of you. I appreciate all the love and support. And also, go check out the website here, BallardSports19.wixsite.com.
Okay. Roll down Tide. Okay. Roll down Tide.
Yeah, good win today. I'm going to step aside real quick, take a quick break. I'll come right back. It's now the end of the first, it looks like. So I get back here. Maybe it was already? I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. Tied at 13 with 4 left in the third for Clemson and Boston College. That's interesting there. So it will be 1st and 10 at the Auburn 18. Looks like LSU's ball. And yes, it is now the end of the first quarter. So far in this game, though, what I have seen is I like how LSU is moving the ball. Obviously, they're having a better game offensively. I knew coming into this game, I thought it was going to be a defensive game anyway. As the second quarter gets underway here, some good defense here by Auburn. Which again, it's always with these teams. It's been, some defense here, there, some blowout. I mean, you never know what you're going to get in this type of game with Battle of the Tigers and the SEC West. You just never know. Who needs the win more? I mean, they both need it just as much as the next, but, if you're Auburn and you got a first-year head coach, you got some momentum now. You got a good loss to Penn State on the road and a whiteout game. It's not bad. Auburn has not had a bad season so far. They've looked pretty darn good. But now they're getting into the stretch, and it's almost picked off there. Max Johnson rolled out, found a man, but obviously broke his route. Who was that? Nehemiah Puckett? Is that the number 10? Zion Puckett. Nehemiah, where did I get that? I don't know. Anyway. Both are 3-1, I mentioned. They played some good competition, but Auburn obviously better. They have looked pretty good since that loss to Penn State. That was the Penn State whiteout game this year. It's not bad. It's not a bad loss, right? But they also have played teams like Akron or Alabama State, which I don't think are bad teams. But again, you compare them to SEC teams like Auburn, and it's nobody. And they won those games like 55-10 or 62-0, whatever it was, and just blew them out. Right? Like they look, I mean, seriously. Cade York comes out. It is 4th and 7, 13:51 and counting in the second. They will spot it. This is a 33-yarder to snap the hole. The kick is up and long and good. 10-0 LSU. So again, this game here, a good game here. This is going to be close at the end, I'm sure. Auburn has to now go on offense with Bo Nix or whatever and go out there and score. Give the ball to Tank Bigsby. O-line has to step it up, I think. Just not force some throws because Bo Nix is getting pressured left and right. And credit to LSU's defense. At the same time, in my opinion, I think that guys on the offensive line, they got a lot of young guys, but like some key seniors or whatever, Badarius. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm looking at defense. I apologize. They do have a few freshmen, though. But they got a couple seniors in there, too. You got Nick Brams, Brendan Coffey, Alec Jackson from Montgomery. They got a couple key guys in there that have been there a while that I think have improved over the years. I mean, Auburn's O-line is up and down, but it's not bad. Like, it hasn't gotten, progressively worse and worse and worse. It's just you don't know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good games from them. You're going to get some bad games. I don't know. But I think they got to step up. They got to protect for Bo Nix in the run game and Tank Bigsby too. Tank Bigsby is a key sophomore running back that I think just, needs some open space to get the run game going. What's up, Zay Green? How you doing? No such thing as a good loss. I would agree to that, but like what I mean by that is like, okay, if you know what I mean is like it's not like when Tennessee lost to BYU or Georgia State a few years ago, right? A team you shouldn't lose to whatsoever on God's green earth, right? That's a bad loss. Good loss. I get what you're saying. There's no such thing as a good loss. Win every single game. But like if it's a top 10 matchup and you lose the game and at least keep it close, like let's say hypothetically, like Georgia and Auburn next week. Let's say Auburn wins this, they move up pretty high in the ranks or something, or they look good, right? They go from 22 and they take a jump to I don't know 15 or 16. Even if at least Georgia keeps it close, but they lose at Jordan Hare, it's like you lost to a ranked one-loss Auburn team, and it was on the road. And now Auburn uses that going forward. Ultimately, maybe Georgia Auburn again in the SEC title, like we saw a few years ago, where they rematched each other. So, yeah, no loss is a good loss. I like that you said that you get what I mean too. Hey, what's up, Steve Pearson? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's just what are the circumstances? Like if Alabama had lost Ole Miss today, close, like quite a few people expected, but obviously that didn't happen. And Ole Miss ran the table and either won the West or maybe second in the West or something like that. And they just got better each week and they turned out to be a really good team. Well, you look back at that loss and you say, it's not like 2007 they lost to Monroe or whoever. And this was a Ole Miss team that turned out to be really good that used this win going forward. And, but more importantly, the teams that do lose, how do they bounce back and handle adversity from a loss? As Auburn trots out now, TJ Finley in the game, LSU transfer to Auburn this offseason. 13:31 on the clock. They give it to Bigsby, and he stopped. I'm sorry, that wasn't Bigsby. That was, I apologize. That was number 27, Jarquez Hunter, who's a freshman from Philadelphia, Mississippi. It seems like Auburn doesn't. I mean, you would think it's Bo Nix. I think he's at least the best quarterback on their roster, between him and Finley. Finley's not bad, but I mean, they were just showing here too. Now I remember watching the Georgia State game. They shouldn't have struggled in that game. As this one is wide open, though, breaks the tackle. He's still going. He's going to be held up around the 30. What a play. Great spiral there by Finley. Wow. Good play. There are some flags. John Samuel Schenkner, senior from Albany, Georgia, tight end. But like I was saying, I don't think Finley's a bad quarterback. I just think Bo Nix is better. But like a play like that, like I just saw, good protection in the pocket, good awareness, good spiral downfield, found his man. .68 on the offense, unnecessary roughness after the play. But that's a good play you want to see from a quarterback. And I like that. TJ Finley goes up under center. He's going to circle back around, fake a handoff. He senses some pressure. He gets up. He throws it at the right time, in the right place, too. And his man was ready and open to make the catch. It'd be 2nd and 6 upcoming, 12:20 to play in the half. Finley throws a dart over the middle. It's incomplete. Some key guys in coverage there for LSU on defense. Lloyd Cole was one of them. They're 3 of 5 tonight on third downs. It's 10-0 LSU in the second quarter. 12:17 left till half. 3rd and 6. Finley in shotgun. Running back to his left. Claps his hands a couple times. Senses pressure in the pocket. He's going to step up, try to run. No, flips it at the last minute. It's incomplete. He was behind the line of scrimmage. He tried to flip it there at the last minute to Tyler Fromm, the tight end. 4th and 6 upcoming. They're going to stay out there and try to go for this here. And honestly, I would. But what do you run? I mean, well, I don't think you run it. You need to get like a quick slant play over the middle or something to pick up the yardage. They're 2 of 3 so far on 4th downs this season, Auburn is. They haven't really been in this position much. They've faced some weaker defenses outside of maybe Penn State so far, and that one is incomplete. They will turn the ball over here as he tried to get it to running back Sean Shivers, the senior from Fort Lauderdale. I remember him a few years ago when they first got him. He was supposed to be one of the better backs on their team. He's still really good. So they do turn it over. It's 1st and 10, 12:04 left in the half here. LSU up and with the ball, 10-0. Max Johnson with his running back next to him, and they're going to call a timeout here. Second timeout here used by Coach O and the Tigers. Oh, the Tigers. Yeah. Anyway. So far in this game, as they take commercial break, I mean, LSU's up at home. The crowd's getting into it. These teams are pretty much even if I look at it. If I'm being honest with you, I think that quarterback play is really good. I think, I just think there's quite a few penalties that have held these teams back tonight in ways. You got to look at it that way. The quarterbacks all season, like season-wise, have been pretty good, but obviously now they're getting into these, like TJ Finley transfer for Auburn is getting into the field. He's like, this is my former team and everything, but I'm sure some of these guys remember who TJ Finley is. So they're getting in the feel of him. So these guys know who Bo Nix is. So, I mean, there's some experience, obviously, with these quarterbacks for LSU's defense. And LSU is defensive-led this year, I think. I think Auburn is more on the offensive side of the ball, but obviously it's not showing up too much tonight. They have to finish drives. They have to convert on third downs. They're, so far they're on obviously, struggling when you look at it. Let me double-check here. Both teams have 6 first downs. Auburn's better than LSU is on third downs. No one's tried really on fourth down yet, it doesn't look like. And that I've seen either. 3 of 5 for Auburn. And 1 for 3 for LSU. And LSU cannot run the ball whatsoever. Auburn can, but for Tank Bigsby, I think he needs to just I think he's a better back than that. I really do. And it's not really big plays either. It's quick out routes. It's quick slants when you look at it. So is that a factor of defenses? In some ways, yes, but they don't really – these quarterbacks are not made necessarily for the whole throw it deep downfield like, Trevor Lawrence type or Lamar Jackson or Tua. It's not throw the ball 80 yards downfield type of plays. These are guys that are like, let's just move the sticks just a little bit. Let's slowly move downfield, eat some clock up, and just keep the ball moving. Max Johnson and company get back out there. We get back to this game here, 12:04, yeah, in the second quarter till halftime. Both teams 3-1. First conference game for Auburn. First and 10, LSU. Max Johnson and shotgun. Key running back to his left. He throws over the middle, got it out, completed. And they do move the sticks and pick up the first down and move it some more. Jeray Jenkins, a junior from Jena, Louisiana, out there. And Armani Goodwin is the key running back out there. Again, I mentioned him earlier, freshman from Birmingham in the state of Alabama, the great state. Derek Hall is going to sack Johnson there as he tried to flush out of the pocket but could not get away from the pressure. And now it's buffering. I got to close this and open it back up. Hold on. Yeah, do me a favor, folks. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe. Trying to get to 500 subscribers. Future sportscaster here. Just keep growing the brand and the channel and everything like that. And keep working hard for you guys on here. Welcome back, Jacob. I see you in there, buddy. 10.5 to play in the half. Johnson and shotgun. LSU again, 1 of 3 on third downs. 3rd and 15 they face here. Johnson takes a snap. Good blocking. Throws over the middle. Got a man. He breaks the tackle. He's 20, 15, 10. And out of bounds right at the 10, it looks like. What a good play there. Probably one of the bigger plays that LSU has had so far. And they not only pick up the first, they're in the red zone now. And that was number 10, Jeray Jenkins. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was number 80. I'm sorry. Jack Beck from Lafayette. Deion Smith, the key receiver on that one, incompletion in the end zone. Nehemiah Puckett was a key coverage guy for Auburn. And Auburn has a man down here. I'm not sure who that is down, but I hope he's okay for Auburn. So, what you guys in the chat thinking about this game so far? I think it's going pretty good. It's what you would expect from these teams, I think. I've got it in my computer charger. Hold on just 1 second. Hold on. Got it.
Okay, so take this right. Now pull into that parking space. Thanks so much. That's my lunch break.
Glad you're with us watching the SEC on ESPN. There's Flight 7 watches home. Tiger Stadium here in Death Valley. Max Johnson, the LSU offense, amidst a 5-play, 46-yard drive.
Get back to Max Johnson and LSU with the ball, 9:56 before half, 2nd and 10.
Auburn structure here. Right now, it looks like they're going to have three safeties. Part of the field, old school LSU, you just run it right to the end zone. But this version of LSU is not the one that we grew up with, folks. As you can see, Auburn totally defending the pass. Not even concerned about the run whatsoever.
Johnson, TDT, is going to run it this time. They have struggled to run it both tonight and in this.
And they do hand it off here to Tyrion Davis-Price. It's a pretty good running back.
And that's really tough on this part of the field where the windows are condensed for the quarterback.
Yeah, they're talking about here that they should work with handing the ball off because of how they've struggled a little bit throwing the ball, especially in the red zone with Johnson. And again, they just got it to number 3, Tyrion Davis-Price. He's got 40 rushing attempts on the season. Throws it out there, complete. Good play. 40 attempts, 123 yards, has yet to get a touchdown. He's averaging 3.1 yards a carry, so it's not too bad. But again, you're still kind of seeing it where there's a lot more throwing the ball still. I know I've kind of gotten away from saying offensive era, at least for this year, because we see a lot of great defenses. But even on offense, still, regardless of whether there's a lot of big shootouts or whatever, it's like they're still trying to throw the ball. So getting away from running the ball in college football for running backs, like what do you expect? The numbers on paper is going to look worse than what they actually are. I think there's a lot of backs that are more talented than what it might say paper-wise. What's up, Jerry? How you doing, buddy? Mississippi State 26-22, 158 left, Mississippi State ball. Ooh. They got, is it Bama A&M next week, if I'm not mistaken. And Jimbo, he said over the offseason, he's coming to get the elephants. He's coming to get the tie. He's coming to get Saban. He's got to try to keep his word.
to pick you apart all the way down the field.
And he's got the best player on the field. I would say he showed that right from the start. There he is, a shot. That catch. Moments ago, I said something 4th and 1.
4 of 5 so far this season on 4th downs for LSU. They're going to go for it here with 8:40 left in the half. 4th and 1. LSU went no timeouts, by the way, and they're up 10-0. There's a flag. Number 69 of the offense with a false start penalty here. That was Jack Riling. Oh, no, I apologize. I was the wrong guy. Charles Turner. Cade York comes out for a field goal try now to make it a 13-0 ball game. A little different than I thought it would be. I thought that there'd be, scoring on both sides, but so far LSU's taking control. This one up and good for York from 26. It's 13-0 with 8.5 left in the second quarter. So they go to commercial break here. Final score 26-22. Oh, Aggies losing in an upset. Oh, man. There we go. So it's not quite halftime yet. I know what I can do. I'm going to try to keep my phone charging. Give me 1 second. Let me move real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, what's up, Jerry? How you doing? You're already in here. Let's see. Crazy day in college football. Still time left. Zay Green asked, what win more impressive, UG or Bama? Jerry says Bama. I would agree. I mean, it was a shocker. Just that they blew them out, really. I did not expect that. I'm proud. as a fan. I just figured someone was going to get Alabama this year. Someone's still going to get them. It might be Georgia and Atlanta. It might be Auburn. It might be LSU. Both of these teams, by the way, 3-1. Still only with 3 losses. Or 1 loss, I'm sorry. I apologize. 3 wins. It's 13-0 still. LSU. Here's a throw here. Shedrick Jackson with the catch here for Auburn. We'll get back to this real quick. Let's get back to it. Bo Nix still out there for quarterback. Finley is on the bench. 7:57 and counting before half as Bo Nix goes up under center here. Auburn still yet to score. Fakes a handoff. Throws on a crossing route. Oh, incomplete. Oh, man. That would have been a huge play to get some yards there. He kind of juggled the catch just a bit. He could not hold on. That was John Samuel Schenkner. I mentioned him a little bit earlier. Number 47. Not to get him mixed up with number 87, both tight ends for Auburn, by the way. Brandon Frazier is a key guy they have. Shanker able to get that one there. 7:40 and counting. 13-0 LSU. Auburn, though, moving the sticks. I've said that a couple times tonight. They're moving the ball. But they haven't been able to put drives away. And that's really been the issue for Auburn. It's not that they can't score, but LSU is just not letting up. They're not letting them score. LSU is just having that kind of year defensively, at least. And a trickery play, end around, tripped up, not going to get the first down, but going to get a couple yards to the 40. Didn't see exactly what had happened there. Saw a couple end arounds. Jarquez Hunter with that carry, though. Oh, I'm not even listening to that, Jacob. Are they seriously trying to compare him to Dak? Crazy. Bo Nix keeps it. Quarterback draw down to the 25. He slides. Not quite to the first down. They are in field goal range, but with it not quite at being, time for the half, you got plenty of time. You got 6 minutes and counting, 2nd and 4 upcoming. Keep the drive going. But at least now for Auburn, they're in field goal range. I think they tried one earlier, if I'm not mistaken. It didn't turn out too well for them. Bo Nix takes the snap. Shotgun. Pressure a little bit. Incomplete. Should have had that one. That was Kobe Hudson. I mentioned him earlier. Could not hold on. It's going to bring up 3rd and 4. Third and 4 upcoming for Auburn. The critical play here, at least now, again, they are in field goal range, so they don't have to get a touchdown, but obviously they want it. What do you do here? They get it out to Shivers there on the flat. He goes out top of the screen. He's still just short. What does Brian Harsin want to call here? First year head coach, by the way, from Boise State. And so far, so good. He's got his team ranked. Again, only lost so far to Penn State. They're 3-1. And it looks like they're going to stay out there and go for it on 4th and 2. They tried earlier tonight, did not get it. I really don't think this is the right call, but we will see. As Bo Nix got some good protection, rolled out, tripped up a little bit. He's still alive. He's rolling back out. He's going. Still in there. Throws it. Whoa! Cut. What? Touchdown. What was that? Holy cow. What? Touchdown, Auburn. You refresh it. Who was that? I didn't even see who it was. I didn't see the number. I just saw he caught it. 13-6 currently, extra point pending. Let me tell you something, man. I told you Bo Nix is something special. I think he is systematic, but, man, he can make some plays with his legs a little bit, and he can find some room to make some good plays like that. The snap, the hold, the kick is up for the PAT, and that's good. It's 13-7 with 4:53 in the half. Whoa. He should have gone down way long ago. You had Shedrick Jackson there he could have gone to, but there's a guy hiding back there that was number 85, the tight end, Tyler Fromm. Again, I mentioned him earlier too. I mentioned quite a few guys on the roster. Tyler Fromm, brother of Jake Fromm, former Georgia quarterback from Warner Robins. He's the one to get it in the end zone. That's the play. That's what they needed. 62 yards, 6 of 8, and a touchdown on that drive for Bo Nix. That's incredible. That's what they needed. That's what Auburn needed to get back in this game. It's 13-7. You're down 6 now. You cut that deficit. You score before the half. Now, I still think if you're Auburn, your defense, which has played some good drives tonight, but obviously giving up 13 points, go out there and make something happen defensively. I think they got a couple key guys. Oh! Whoa, what a hit. He just got knocked out. I don't know how he got up that fast, though. The number is 33. There's that Willis for Auburn. What a hit that was. Hold on, where's that? Joko Willis is his name. Oh, return man, 33 on 33 there. That was a crazy play. That was a crazy hit there. Johnson throws a good slant route there to his receiver. Brian Thomas. Jacob still in here says, all right, we got to admit Bo Nix is playing good. See, that's the thing. I think that people, I don't say put pressure. They downgrade Bo Nix too much. I really do think he's special. I think he's systematic. Is he an NFL franchise quarterback? I mean, he's serviceable enough. I think that he could play, but, I just think that you put him in the right position, and yes, he can make some big plays for you. He's not as mobile as you would want him to. He doesn't have the best arm, but he's not bad. And he could be better, but he also could be a lot worse. And I tell you what, He's probably one of the better quarterbacks Auburn has had in a while, probably since maybe when they had Cam Newton. If I'm being honest, guy wide open, caught in the flat, keeps going downfield, and he gets out the 45. That was number 8. Let me see, Malik Neighbors from Youngsville, Louisiana, a freshman. 4:02 and counting in the half. 1st and 10 LSU. 13 of 18 for 235 yards tonight for Max Johnson and a touchdown, by the way. The snap. Whistle blown, timeout. Auburn calls a timeout.
Alabama and Georgia, I'll just say this. There is a gap between those two teams and everybody else that's much bigger than what we've seen in college football. So those two teams are juggernauts. I mean, what Alabama and Georgia did today against good competition.
3:52, 1st and 10. Johnson and shotgun. Running back to his left. He's got 3 wideouts at the top. Some blitz formation, some pressure by Auburn. Here's one out, incomplete. Nehemiah Pritchett was in coverage there, number 18 for Auburn. LSU's doing really good, I think, but it seems like, obviously that previous drive for Auburn right there, great drive by Bo Nix to score, find his man, get in the end zone, everything like that, go down and score. Did a great job there. But it seems like Auburn's just, finding out what Max Johnson and company are trying to do. They're trying to go slant route, post, not big plays downfield. They're trying to use the sideline a bit, just kind of, instead of let's just score, let's pick up some yardage to start out so we can kill some clock or just move the ball downfield. And I think Auburn's figuring that out for LSU so far tonight. At least the past couple drives, it seems like. 3.5 to play, 3rd and 5. Pressure over the middle, it's incomplete. There's a flag. The intended receiver was number 1, Keyshawn Boutte, and they're saying Simpson of Auburn, Jalen Simpson, number 36, was the corner in coverage there. So no foul there. Ball was tipped. There was no pass interference. And they're saying, of course, it is 4th down. It's 4th and 5. Incomplete pass that previous play. No flag. 3:26 left in the half. Do you take a risk here, considering the previous drive of Auburn? Do you go for it and try to get points before the half, or do you just turn it over here and just punt? What do you do if you're LSU and they will punt? Avery Atkins from Auburn, by the way, the senior punter, will punt away, and it gets to the 5. Fair catch signaled for and taken. It was Owen Papo, the linebacker with number 0, took the punt. What's up, LW?
3:19 to work with here for Auburn. Bo Nix made magic moments ago with an outrageous, nearly sideline to sideline
3:19 on the clock. It is Auburn ball deep in their territory. Bo Nix fakes a handoff. Incomplete on 1st and 10. 3:16 left in the half now.
What Auburn's trying to prioritize in the passing game. They want to get John Samuel Schaefer involved, regardless of who the quarterback is.
John Samuel Schinkner was the key receiver there. And let me update this too. Hold on. There we go. 2nd and 10 after the incompletion from the 4. I'm sorry, the 6-yard line. Misread that. Good passing play there by Bo Nix. Not quite to the first down, but picks up a few yards. So what do you do if you're Auburn? Do you go down, get in field goal range, or do you take a chance and go? You want to get in scoring position. They're 3 of 7 on 3rd downs tonight. LSU is 2 of 6. But do you go down and kick a field goal to cut the deficit to 3? Or do you go down and you try to score and ultimately take it up by 1 to go 14-13 in the half? Unless you give LSU time to score, which I really don't think they should do that. It was a great defensive game, though. It's incredible to see. Bo Nix going to fake it to Shivers. Now look back to Shivers, who juggles it, keeps it, and takes it to the 25-yard line. Still in their own territory, but a huge play there to move the ball downfield. Wow. He recognized the cover two there. Bo Nix did. He saw that there was nothing open downfield too, but he looked back to his left. He saw Shivers and he said, I got you, man. Throws it. Huge dart there. Completed to the 30. That was – I couldn't see who that was, honestly. I apologize. Shotgun formation for Nix. He stands at the 25, ball at the 30, got it out to the 40, broken tackle, and is taken down ultimately at the 45-yard line. Good play there. Pick up some yardage. Been on for almost 2 hours. Hit that thumbs up, the subscribe button. Hit the bell. You get notified I go live when I post a new video as well. Don't forget, Jesus loves you. He's got an amazing plan. I feel like this is it. Being a sportscaster, at least. But I'm going to keep working. You just never know. But, we'll see. 2nd and 5, 147 on the clock. It's stopped currently. Bo Nix has gone 44 yards so far on this drive, 4 of 6. Haven't really run the ball. They're trying to pick up some yardage, when, normally in today's game, you're running the ball to pick up a yard or two on the first down or get the first down. But in this situation, being down like this, as Bo Nix does get it to Shivers in the flat, gets it past midfield now. It's about the 49 of LSU. You try to get like these little post or slant routes, go up to the corner, use the sideline, get out of bounds and stop the clock, but also picking up even 3 or 4 yards. That's what quarterbacks would like to do in these situations, just move it downfield. Getting field goal range for Auburn, do they want to, make it a 3-point game going into the half instead of a 6-point game? Or do they want to score? That one's incomplete. Johnson was the key target. That was incomplete for Bo Nix. 4th and 2. I'm assuming they're going to stay out here and go for it. Don't want to give up. 4th and 2. They're going to go for it. Minute 6 and counting. The snap. Good O-line blocking. Not so much now. There's pressure. Bo Nix has to get away. He does. He throws it. It's caught for the first down. They're in field goal range. 54 seconds. 1st and 10 now. What a play there. He bought some time. He got away. He sensed the pressure. Good job by the quarterback of Bo Nix right there, man. 6 of 9 on this drive. He's got 57 yards in passing just for this drive alone. This is incredible. A great drive, poise. Even though it's still a 4-quarter game, he is acting like this whole game's on the line right now. It's really not, but, man, he's moving that ball well. 30 seconds. They call timeout now, it looks like. 28 seconds. A good scramble by Bo Nix.
Take a timeout as an LSU player was slow to get up.
The officials call timeout. They're saying there was a player on LSU that got hurt, slow to get up, it looks like. I'm not sure what happened.
Gives it a chance. He doesn't leave the pocket too early. Sometimes you got to go, but not there. He gave it a chance, rolled around, bought time, and how about the job by Robertson uncovering?
These highlights are going to be awesome later on. I love this game.
Man, you're a weapon with your legs. Go make it happen.
Auburn did call a timeout with a half minute to go before halftime. We will get Matt, Joey, and Jesse to get us up to speed on everything going on in the sport.
This part, if I'm Brian Harsin or Mike Bovo, I'm telling Bo Nix, hey man, I love the creativity you're showing tonight. I love it. But don't take any unnecessary risks because right now we're in field goal range. So if you want to extend plays, great. Not here though. If you're going to run north and south, because any negative plays could potentially take points off the board.
They're one of the best pitchers in all the game. Not just Carlson.
2nd and 4, 30 seconds on the clock. No timeouts for either team. 13-7. And Bo Nix and company in good position for a field goal. They are past the target line. They're at the 32. The snap by the center to Bo Nix. It's kind of low. He throws it. Is he throwing it away? It looks like it. Didn't really have anybody open. Good job there. Some good pressure on him. But he gets away, and he throws it out of bounds. Third and 4, Bo Nix. Incomplete. Overthrown over Shivers. They're going to kick a field goal here. I think that's best. Just make it a 3-point game instead of you're already down 6. 20 seconds left. Carlson's going to go out there and try to kick here. 49 yards for Carlson. The snap is down. The hold. The kick is up. It's good. 3 points deficit. 14 seconds before the half. Does LSU just kind of take a knee and go for it? Or do they try to extend the lead? Because, again, you got to remember, this is Death Valley. This is home. LSU gets the ball to start the second half. And at least when you look at these drives, Auburn has had 5, LSU has had 4, right? Auburn has only scored on 2 of 3 drives so far. And they're all lasting over, at the very least, a minimum of 3 minutes. Most, I think, was like 5 minutes or so for a drive. LSU has been able to score on all except their last drive, where they did end up punting, and Auburn's defense just kind of held them and kept it up.
Total control against Indiana tonight. Texas A&M now with 2 losses, Greg. Mississippi State was able to win at A&M. That's a Mississippi State team that LSU jumped out in front of a week ago and then held on to win. Mississippi State had a late rally and then a failed onside kick at the end. 13-10 LSU. Bo Nix with 2.
6 seconds, 4, 3, 2. Yeah. So it will be halftime here now. 13-10. Oh, LSU. What did I say? I'm still thinking about how badly Alabama beat Ole Miss today in ways. Some good plays, just good football overall by these teams. I'm going to take a small break here. It's halftime, and I'll get back to it in a bit. I guess, I don't know. I like to let people on at halftime, I guess. I don't know, but we'll see.
Well, he's doing a great job of making them play. We need to execute where we don't have to do that. He's doing things on his own, but that's been really good for us. We've got some 4th downs, which has helped us. We're going to stay aggressive and then just do a better job on early downs, staying ahead of the chains.
So, it is halftime. I guess I can let a couple people on for halftime, but then once the game gets back, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. If anyone wants to hop in the back room, feel free to. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes.
They get one unturned down for a chance to tie it. The key to Elijah Higgins.
6'3", 235 pounds. He climbs the ladder and wins it. It was a big defense for Stanford. It was their best play on offense.
Let's go to overtime. The key here to John Humphrey's power through a few defenders. Stanford takes a 31-24 lead. Next Oregon possession, 48. Joe, the ball game here for Oregon.
It was a bad possession overall for Oregon in overtime. They're scrambling, running around, playing playground ball. Didn't work out for them.
How's this for a bad stat? The last 4 times that the Oregon team has played at Stanford, the Ducks have lost. And with that, welcome to Jesse Palmer, Joey Galloway, and Terry. Happy October, everybody. September 1st weekend. We learned all we needed to at the SEC. We had a couple of marquee games in Alabama taking on Ole Miss, and Georgia taking on Arkansas. We'll start in Tuscaloosa. Lane Kiffin, Dean Nick Saban, Bryce Young had the goods.
Saban's got to stop on their own 6-yard line on 4th down. Then Bryce Young drove that offense 13 plays down the field to score.
What does Alabama do every week? They get up 21-0 out of nowhere at the end of the box.
I think it's a 0 for Ole Miss and surprised everyone at this point. The defense of Alabama shut them down.
And then Ryan Robinson got really good at 1 year.
Yeah, he had coming off of a rib injury. He had 4 TDs. I think all 4 of them
implications. We may have talked someone out of it. Alabama wins 42-21, their 19th Saturday victory. What about Georgia and Arkansas? Wu Pig between the edge of JT grimacing. Can't go. Enter Stetson Bennett, the fourth. Georgia leading 7-0 early. Bennett here to Kenny McIntosh.
Stetson Bennett completed 7 passes. Only threw it 11 times, but it was good enough because of run.
That's all he needed to complete because it was the rushing game of Georgia that just dominated.
And Arkansas is a physical defense. Georgia just way too good up front. 273 rushing yards for the Dogs.
We had offense, we had defense, we had special teams. They blocked one for the touchdown.
And what this was
What I love about that, star running back Samir White.
I'm back. It's like no one hopped in the back room. I dropped the streamer link. Anyone's welcome out. I don't really care, but a great game so far today.
Will Rogers, he was slinging it tonight.
Oh, I said it.
Zach Calzada tries to keep A&M 25 yards here. Not sure what the Mississippi State defense was, but good effort here.
Calzada had a rough day throwing the football.
Is this Jacob here to? What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Ballard?
Yeah. What's with all the? I know you said like your caps lock was broken, but like, what's with all the stupid titles or whatever that you put for your name?
I don't know.
What is that?
just
Get your
thought-
pop. Is it popcorn ready? Get your popcorn ready or something?
You know what
Yeah,
that's from,
there we
right?
go. Oh, because it's a
know
good
that-
game.
No.
The what?
So, all right, let me tell you a story. Lane Kiffin, in a pregame interview, he decided to talk trash about Alabama. And when the reporter asked him a question, Lane Kiffin decided, I don't know, let's see how it goes. Get your popcorn ready and then toss the headset.
Did he? That's funny, man.
Taking shots at Alabama. And then by the time my popcorn was ready, Ole Miss was down 3 touchdowns.
There you go.
So-
Would you say that game between Auburn and Alabama, or I'm sorry, Ole Miss and Alabama, it's not Iron Bowl time yet. Did it surprise you today? Like, did you expect it to be closer like I did?
It surprised me a little bit, and I know a lot of people are going to say that Ole Miss was a lot worse than they thought, but I think it also has to do a little bit. I think Nick Saban got his defense a lot better, like he did last year, and I think that really showed today. Now,
I think this was definitely. I think this was a true first test for the Alabama defense, and I'll say this: that I knew that it would be more on the defensive side of the ball, and clearly it has been this year. I was proud. I was really proud, and I was proud of Bryce Young too. I love Bryce Young. I think the offense is great, and someone I still think is going to get Alabama. Somebody, and
well,
I'll be fair. Maybe it is Georgia and Atlanta, or even if they run the table, get in the playoff. Look, there's no chance. You quote me on this and prove me wrong if it actually happens, because I doubt it. Alabama's not winning a second straight national title. Not this year. No. Could they win one next year with Bryce? Maybe so. It's hard to repeat, and somebody's going to get them. I mentioned earlier about how I hope that it's an all-stakes Iron Bowl. Auburn would have to win this SEC game tonight. Like Auburn is still alive for the playoffs. Both of these teams tonight in this game are still alive for the playoffs. Georgia's alive. Alabama's alive.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of playoff contenders.
A Jordan Hare Iron Bowl is something else.
Well, that's something we haven't seen in the past 3 years. It's been, 5 teams maybe in 5 weeks in, but now there's a lot of teams who still have a chance. We're even seeing teams like Oregon and Iowa.
That's true.
And I'd love to see this Clemson-Boston College game, but I don't have the ACC network. Clemson won 19-13.
Yeah.
That year kind of sounds like the year their offense is in.
I might actually agree with that.
1913, yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, Clemson's probably going to go 9-3 this year. I don't think the dynasty is over. And
They
I
don't
don't think the
have. Here's the
dynasty.
thing: they don't have a dynasty. They never had a
I
dynasty.
I
That's the
never
thing.
thought the dynasty came alive. I believe in that you need 3 championships. They only had 2, so it's not a dynasty. But I do think they are gonna win a. I think they're gonna win a natty in the future. I just think this is a down season for Clemson.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how many times, maybe 3, but you also got to think of okay, the same coach gets you 3 natties. Like Dabo could win a 3rd national title, but it's look at the span. So let's go back. They won. It was the 2016 season. So let's say 16, 18, and let's say hypothetically speaking, they win it next year in 22. In the 22 season, so you have 1, 2, 3 within a 6-year span. It's about
That's a
half of
dynasty.
those right there. That's yeah. Now I think he's on his. I would say that they're on their way, and I'm not ready to say that. Like, and I said this the other day. I'm like, Clemson was never a dynasty, and
They never
Feinbaum
were.
said the dynasty's done. He said Dabo's dynasty is already done. I'm like, Paul, Dabo wasn't building a dynasty. He
No,
didn't
I don't
have
think
one.
Clemson ever had a dynasty, but
They never had
I mean,
one, but they were
the only
definitely
teams to
going on
really
the right
has
track.
the only teams to really have a dynasty was Nick Saban, Nebraska in the '90s with the triple option and all that. Bear Bryant. Who else won 3 championships? Miami. I'll give them the dynasty award. And then, even though they didn't win 3 titles, I'll give it to Bobby Bowden. Those are the only
Okay,
dynasties I think really existed in college football.
that's fair. I'd give you that one.
Besides that, I think dynasty is a high statement, and I hold it to a high standard. And I don't think you can just call a team a dynasty when they're having a good period.
Let me double check something.
Okay. LW said, no, I was talking about my video. Well, okay. Well, what you will see, LW, is Georgia beating Alabama in the SEC title. So that's all that matters.
Let me do this math here. Let me ask you about 48% of the time. Okay.
What happened?
20. Okay. What about, let's go, and you probably don't know as much as I do, but Joe Paterno with Penn State had 18 victories in bowl games. He has the record for total bowl appearances with 37, right?
Yeah.
He, let's see. Hold on. He led them to 2 national
Two
titles, 82 and
natties.
86. Yep.
82 was heartbreaking.
He
Probably past
had
Georgia.
5 undefeated seasons, no ties. I mean, he did quite a bit in a good amount of time at Penn State. Definitely the best Penn State coach. You wouldn't say that maybe what he built was a dynasty or at least something to start that program for something?
I guess you could say that. At the same time, Bobby Bowden's teams were good for much longer than
Oh,
Joe
for sure.
Paterno's team.
No. I would fully agree with you there.
And that's the only reason why I give it to Bobby Bowden is because his teams are good for so long. And yeah, he does have 2 championships, but I still give it to him. And Joe Paterno, he has 2 championships, and his teams were not good for long enough for me to call it a dynasty. Really.
Right. I could agree.
They had 2. And honestly, they're kind of like Clemson. They won 2 championships in 5 years, and they weren't heard of much after that,
Right.
besides the 94 season, where they finished ranked number 2.
Yeah.
And
Who do you think's going to pull this game out? You think Auburn or LSU will win this? Because it's 13-10 at half.
well,
LSU.
Bo Nix is definitely having a great night. I'll
He
say
is.
that. He's playing well today. LSU, they got out to a lead early. Auburn scored 10 points since then. I'm impressed with Auburn's offensive line. They haven't done as bad as I thought they would this game. Bo Nix running around in the backfield like Barry Sanders and Michael Vick this game.
Yeah.
That one touchdown was amazing. I don't care what you think about Bo Nix. He can create some special plays. He really
He can.
It may not be.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying is, yeah, he might be systematic, and maybe if you want to say he's not ready for the NFL, he's at the very least. I don't think he's as bad as some people might troll or make him out to be. I think he's better than that. I think he's got a good arm. I think he's a leader. I think that he can read defenses pretty good. I think if anything, though, I don't think he's very mobile. I mean, he can run, but
Yeah, he can run. But
he's good. He's good enough.
He's good enough, but I mean, with LSU's offense, I'm seeing what I thought I was going to see. They're passing it well, Max Johnson, and all that. They're getting open pretty short. A lot of the time this game, if you've been watching, the LSU Auburn defense is not covering the short grounds well, but it seems like they're concerned about the deep ball.
Yeah.
So that as terms for running the ball, LSU running the football is just a thing of the past, and I don't think it's ever going to rebirth with Ed Orgeron. He's just shown no interest in recruiting a good running back, no interest in recruiting good linemen. LSU running the ball is dead until Ed Orgeron gets fired.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. It's not that they don't run the ball, but it's like maybe if you're lucky and watch a game, you'll see two. You'll see two plays.
Yeah, I mean they don't want to run the ball.
Right.
And
I think that I don't know if it was something. Do you think Joe Burrow played a factor in this because of how well he could throw the ball and everything that he did? Like, you think it was that, and Coach O looked at it and said, "This is what we need."
Yeah,
and plus, just look at what ultimately is going on in college football in general.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, and defenses have figured it out, and because of that, LSU's in trouble now. I mean, I don't know about you, but besides the quarterback running, I've seen 3 carries from LSU this game. I may be wrong, but I've only seen them hand off the football 3 times this game. And I'm gonna go check. And I'm right. They 1 carry for Davis Price, 2 carries for Goodwin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Kayshawn Bouty for LSU, he's having a good game. He's getting open a lot.
My man, J-Dub. What's up, Jay? Or Jeff, whatever. J-Dub.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, man. Hey, we got that win.
I'm on the hunt. I'm on the hunt. I'm looking. I'm on the hunt. I'm looking for Jacob Watson.
You want Chess Hall. You want Chess Hall.
Where's Jacob?
He's the one that said all this.
Where's
Jacob Watson?
I'm right here.
He's on here right now. That's him. I'm gonna mute myself. Let y'all duke it out.
Hey, smart ass, dumbass, idiot piece of shit. Who told you Ole Miss wasn't going to score 35 points on the Alabama defense? Who told you there was no way those bitches were scoring 35 points? And who shut their mouth off and talked about the Ole Miss offense and how Alabama's defense couldn't do anything to them. Who was that punk?
Me, I guess.
Get your ass back in your place, bitch, with the rest of the haters.
Jeez, man, it's not hating. Just a prediction.
All right, now,
21
now slow down, Jeff. Come on now.
I mean,
21
listen. All right,
21
doesn't know
it's the
football like we
same
do.
thing you said about the UCLA LSU game.
21 points, 21 points. 7 of them were a fluke against the third team that came off a bad, idiotic PI call. And the other 7 were after Bama had taken its foot off its gas. Alabama destroyed. They destroyed Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss.
Okay, who was
They
right
made
about
You should really get mad at Chess Hall. He said
Alabama made a statement today.
Okay, who was right about the UCLA LSU game?
How the hell does that matter?
See, exactly.
that
We
gonna
all
have
get games
any-
wrong, man. It was just a
Is that
prediction. I
going to
wasn't
have
hating on Alabama at all.
LSU UCLA is going to have about as much implications on the playoffs and what really matters in college football as who won today's game between Podunk U and Idiotic Tech.
Jeez. I get one prediction wrong and everyone comes at me, of course.
Y'all done arguing?
Now, what did Chess say? I have no idea what Chess said.
No,
Chess said a lot worse
all
things.
Chess had to say was that he all off season and even this year he said Ole Miss is going to beat Alabama. That's all he said. He didn't say it was going to be a blowout. He didn't say they were going to slaughter them. So now I'm laughing at him.
I didn't say it was going to be a blowout.
We're talking about Chess Hall. We're not talking about you anymore, buddy.
I know. I don't know what anything wrong I said. I was just making a prediction, just like any other person on this planet.
Whoa, what? They're going to onside kick it.
Whoa.
Why are they onside? What? It's a 3-point game. What?
Is that the ESPN game? I should flip that over. I just got back home.
Yeah, it's Auburn LSU.
I had to change, man. I'm soaked.
Well, Jeff, all I'm going to say is if you're this upset I said Ole Miss will win, what are you going to say to Lou for him saying Texas A&M is going to beat Alabama all offseason?
Well, no, I'm upset because you acted like I didn't know what the hell I was talking about when I said they weren't going to when I said they weren't going to score 35 points.
Oh,
and they're damn lucky. They're damn lucky they scored more than 7.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. I was wrong. I thought Ole Miss was going to win. I didn't say it was going to be a blowout.
Lou, I'm not worried about Lou and Chess and Jesse and all the Georgia fans right now are flying high, and they're feeling their oats, and they beat Fayetteville Central High this afternoon, and they're all jacked up, and they think they're number 1, and their defense is only allowed 23 points, and they're going to yakety yak, and everybody's going to have to put up with it all the way to December 4th about how no one can touch Georgia. And then you know what's going to happen? Alabama's going to prison rape their ass just like they do every time. And like I said today, the best thing about watching 90,000 people dressed in red and black and screaming and yelling in Athens, Georgia, is that those are the exact same people who's had their hearts broken over and over and over and over again by Alabama, and who are going to have their hearts broken again this year.
Ooh, nearly picked off there.
That's
so they're like, well, you know, how can you not be worried about Georgia? Georgia's a great team, but Georgia has one thing they haven't done is they haven't proven it. And until Between the Trenches said, and he's a diehard Georgia fan, until they prove it, Georgia fans better just shut up.
Georgia's proved that they're a great team many times. They just haven't beat Alabama. Just because they haven't beat Alabama doesn't mean not a great team.
But that's what stops you from winning a national championship.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
If Georgia's going to be the national champion, they got to go through Alabama, and they can't do it. And until they do it, they're not going to win a natty.
Now, hold on. In all fairness, Georgia's defense is really great.
It's
Yeah,
great.
first of all,
It's outstanding. It's
They have
outstanding.
not faced.
It's
They really
full.
haven't faced an offense like Alabama's.
It's
I love
full
how
of.
everyone's saying 23 points, but it's really
And who's to
16.
say who's to say Alabama's winning the West anyway? Because let me remind you guys,
Now,
we're
Alabama,
watching a SEC West showdown, 3-1.
really? Alabama's winning the West ballot. I think I don't really see how
We
they
better.
Georgia's defense is lights out. It's full of NFL talent. There's probably three, there might be four, but there's probably three first-round draft choices on their defense, and all of them are going to be gone next year, and the Georgia defense will be a shell of itself. So the Bulldogs had better do it this year.
Yeah, that's probably why Georgia's probably not going to be. You know, I'm still thinking about picking.
All the stars are aligned. If you're Georgia, everything is in place right now. This is your year. But it better happen this year because so
or
much
else
is
you're done.
Well, they're not done. They're not gonna vanish. I mean, Georgia's not gonna suddenly be 7-5.
Well, no, no.
But they won't.
But
They won't be at this. They won't be at this level. And
like they won't have this type of team for a few years, depending on what. Because they're gonna lose quite a bit after this season. They're gonna have to replace a lot of guys, especially at quarterback. And I'm not gonna doubt Brock Vandagriff, but are we gonna make a bet or anything like in a couple years it'll be this level with Brock at quarterback?
Yeah, Georgia's not winning the Natty next
not
year.
a chance.
They're not going to win the Natty next year. I know that.
Next year?
But yeah, 2022.
No.
Yeah,
we just got to hold on. We just got to hold on, Ballard. We just need to make the playoffs this year. You know, have a good postseason. Ruin a couple people's seasons along the way. You know, finish 12-2. You know, something like that. And that's all we need to do, and set ourselves up because Godzilla is coming out of Tokyo Bay in 22, 23, 24. Those stellar recruiting classes in Tuscaloosa are all going to start to cash in.
Oh, get ready, buddy. Get ready.
And yeah, what's going to be so delicious for me is I love the haters. I love it. I because they're just insane with mad envy, and it's just going to be miserable for the haters for the next couple of years, and that's going to just be delicious.
Yeah. Well,
let me ask you a question, Jeff. Forget about how this game's going. Forget about where we're playing these teams.
Right.
Forget about crowd because we got one team at home. We got one team on the road this year. But who worries you just a little bit more, LSU or Auburn?
Auburn.
Oh, Auburn.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Definitely.
Based on the rivalry, I'm assuming.
Because it's the greatest rivalry in all of sport, in any country, at any level, anywhere on planet Earth, and because they're the most incredible, insane shit happens on the plains of hell.
Yeah.
I mean, Georgia Southern was just the latest victim. I mean, Arkansas was victimized last year. Georgia Southern was victimized with the whoops, it bounced off the ground. Oh, but we didn't see it. Just the most amazing things can happen on the plains of hell. So, I mean, it's really you know, it's a focus. It's literally it's good versus evil.
It is.
And yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, look, I've seen more Georgia haters than Alabama haters, really. But
oh no, there's not. No, I don't. I know lots of people that hate Alabama. I don't know anybody that hates Georgia. I don't hate Georgia.
Yeah, well,
I'm annoyed by some of their fan base, but I don't hate Georgia. I don't have time to hate
Right.
Georgia. I'm too busy hating Auburn to hate Georgia.
I got you. Hold on, I want to see what happens here. We got 11-14 and counting, 3rd and goal, LSU ball.
Now, maybe if we played Georgia
Usually
every
score.
single year, if Georgia was in the same side of the
Throws.
conference, I mean, that might be different. But
Incomplete.
we just don't see Georgia enough.
Incomplete pass. It's 4th and goal. This is a great game tonight. Seriously, I'm enjoying every second of this.
It's 16-10
I
now?
hate both of them.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah, so do I.
Well, I guess maybe it's fixing to be 13-10, but I'm assuming York is going to kick the field goal here. We'll see. Here's Cade York. The snap, the hold, the kick is up. And it is right through. Yeah.
I mean,
16-10.
just take, for instance, you can tell a lot about a program just by looking at them. Now, just look at the graphic that Ballard has supplied for us here on the screen. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You got a purple and a yellow
Look at
there,
that
and
full
it's
frame
LSU, which we all know stands for Louisiana State University. Okay.
Yeah.
Now look at that other logo. Okay. What does that look like to you? What does it look like? Could that be
letters?
Could that be America United? Could it be Universal Average? Could it be Antagonist Universe? No. Or could it possibly stand for Assholes Unanimous?
Christ.
Well, there's
Jeff. You are mean.
I mean, they do it to themselves. They can't help it. They do it to themselves.
Yeah, well.
They can't get out of their own way.
Well, who are you talking about?
They don't know how to speak proper English, so they can't even correctly pronounce the name of their stadium.
Who?
They can't make up their mind what their mascot is. They couldn't come up with a unique cheer, so they had to steal a cheer, a 3-part cheer to try to match Roll Tide Roll. And since they're half illiterate, they came up with a cheer that's not even spoken English. I mean, they just do it to themselves. I won't say the 3 words.
Who's Jeff talking about?
Auburn.
He's talking about Auburn.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Cow College down south.
As Bear Bryant once said.
Yeah. For instance, you see that look at how they look right up there where it says Auburn Tigers 10. Okay, now just look at the word Auburn. Okay, and what do you see when you see those letters? AUBURN. When I see those letters, I see Alabama usually beats us rednecks.
Round November.
I see George's little brother.
I always put it round November.
I see George's little brother right there.
Yeah, for the last better part of 2 decades, it has been.
Yeah,
Georgia
even Mark Richt beat Auburn.
Yeah, Georgia absolutely owns them. They're like what, 13-3.
There was Jeff knows what I'm talking about when I say.
And one of the 3 losses was a real crazy fluke.
Oh yeah, well, Auburn got lucky.
You talking about the prayer in the hellhole or whatever?
Auburn got lucky with that, and then they were lucky that Alabama didn't have a scholarship kicker, and they missed 4 field goals.
Bear Bryant once had a quote.
What should I say? Anything can happen down there. You just never know.
Yeah, I mean,
there was years back. Bear Bryant had a quote where he was interviewed, and they were going towards a championship run, and Notre Dame was like the best team at the time, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'd love to beat Notre Dame, but nothing matters more to me than beating the Cow College on the other side of the state." Talking about Auburn.
the Hildebrandt brothers, and I
Mhm.
think one of them got cancer and died. They were these famous
Oh, no.
tailgaters.
Yeah.
There were these famous Alabama tailgaters. They went to like every game for like 30 years or something like that. They were still doing that when I was a student. And for every Iron Bowl, which all of them at that time were played in Birmingham at Legion Field, they would tow behind their motorhome like a flatbed trailer. And on that trailer, they had this dilapidated, beat up old tractor painted orange with the blue AU on it and a sign hanging on the tractor that says Auburn RV. And they had a 30-gallon steel trash can, and they would stand over it with these long wooden posts, and they would fill it with just like water. I mean, it wasn't anything funny. They just filled it with water, and then when there was a crowd of a couple hundred people around, they would throw rubber chickens in it, and they would cook war chicken stew. And that was but those guys were like they were pretty old when I was there. I'm sure they're both passed, but I know one of them passed of cancer. I'm sure the other one has too, but they were kind of famous for being antagonists.
That was really, I was surprised about that Alabama Ole Miss game. I thought Ole Miss could at least compete.
That just goes to show you how hard it is to go into BDS and win.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a rarity. I mean,
they showed the graphic
before.
I was sitting in the press room in the Bergstrom building. There was about 15 guys in there, media guys, and we were all watching the opening to the game, and they showed that graphic that showed Saban's 5 losses at BDS, 5 losses in 14 years, and 3 of them have come to the eventual Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. That's what it takes to beat Alabama.
Matt Corral's not winning the Heisman, and well, he might.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but he didn't win. He didn't win today either. It was it was an agent of Satan, Scam Newton, Johnny Manziel, and Joe Burrow, and then the other 2 were Charlie. What the hell was his name? The Ole Miss quarterback in 15. And
that's Chad.
Are you talking about Chad Kelly?
Yeah. Kelly. That's right. Yeah.
Well, I remember
Mr. Irrelevant to the Broncos, by the way.
Bo Wallace beat Alabama. I remember that.
Bo Wallace. Who was Bo Wallace?
That was the Ole Miss quarterback in 2014.
No, that can't.
Yeah, that game was in Oxford. Was it?
Yes, that was the Ole Miss quarterback in 2014, Bo Wallace.
Yeah, that game was in Oxford. I'm talking about wins in BDS.
Oh, well, yeah. It's really hard to win in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, because you know what happened after 2015? You know what happened after Ole Miss beat them in 14, and then they turned around and beat them in 15. You know what happened after that?
They tried to beat them in 16?
Yeah, it was 66-3.
Yeah. Jeez.
That was the year Ole Miss came out with the land shark defense, and Alabama goes over there and beats them 66-3. And what's his name?
No, that was 2017. 2016
what's his name got a penalty because he scored a touchdown and he put his hand up over his nose like the shark fin. And he got penalized for taunting.
That was 2017.
I don't know what's funnier, that or what's funnier, that or when the Egg Bowl ended on the old piss lifting of the dog leg or something.
Elijah Moore.
That was ridiculous. That was
funny.
That guy,
what it was.
That guy should have been.
I knew what was coming.
He should have been kicked off the team and thrown out of school.
Well, he's in the NFL now for the Jets.
Yeah, that's absolutely. If I'd been a defensive tackle or something like that, and one of my and a guy on my team had done that and ended up costing us the game, he wouldn't have got out of the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, 2016 was actually a pretty close game between Alabama and Ole Miss. I think Alabama won less than a touchdown.
I'll tell you what gave me nerves was 2017 against Mississippi State when
Yeah,
Jalen
that
Hurts
was
had
the
to
one
find
where,
Devontae Smith.
yeah, that
That
came
gave me
down.
chills, man. People think
Devontae-
people think that a lot of people think Devontae Smith started with 2nd and 26. That's not true. There was
That's
that
not
key
true.
play, and people got to remember who caught that.
It was in Starkville that he got. Yeah, that was his big play.
Yep.
I remember watching that live. I was really intrigued in the game, I thought. But what do y'all think about this Auburn LSU game? We should probably talk about that a little bit. I think it's a
So
great
far,
game.
I mean, it's defense, and I think it will come down to the wire.
Jeez, LSU.
You know,
what happened?
you've got the odd spread here. You know, can you just don't you just think that Auburn's going to get a touchdown and go up by 1? I mean, you know, 6 points is like, well, 2 field goals will tie it, but how often does that happen? Usually, when the spread is like 6 or 5 or 8 or something like that, it's not going to be. It's somebody's going to score late to win it because you're on an odd differential.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that
Auburn-
touchdown Nick's threw. I mean, that was a great athletic play by him. But 99 out of 100 times, that off-balance, wrong foot throw he made is going to get intercepted. He just got lucky. That was the one time that it just like his pass against Oregon. He got lucky. It was the one time. He's living off miracles.
Yeah. Kind of like Auburn the entire 2013 season, living off miracles.
Right. And we don't need to bring up one of them.
But we don't need to bring up the other.
Let's just let's all
Yeah,
admit
they're
who
both
we hate,
disastrous.
and
Yeah.
although you have to admit, for college football history purposes, it was pretty darn cool. I mean, it was a historic.
I lied. They're going to kick the field goal, but still, when it's 6, I mean, you know, it's an odd spread.
Yes. Alabama's kickers
Man, I saw
cost them a
Brees
lot
Hall.
of games.
I saw Brees Hall score twice tonight in the rain. I got 2 great pictures on 2. Oh, wow. 2 of Purdy's 4 touchdown passes.
Hold on. I haven't seen the field goal yet on 4th and 10.
By the way, for those of you who don't know,
let me see. The snap.
I'm disappointed in Cyclones.
Is down. Kick is up.
They won.
It's blocked.
7 tonight.
Blocked in the line.
Blocked.
Hell.
Yes, I know. Hall ran for 138. Purdy, he crossed the 3,000 career mark. Purdy crossed the 10,000 career mark for passing yards. He threw 4 touchdowns. It was 21-0 6 minutes into the game, and then it rained. I had to get all my rain gear out. Oh God.
I mean,
and they wore their stupid
Georgia,
red over whites. I hate it when they wear their red over whites.
Yeah.
It looks stupid.
Number 8, here's a snap by Johnson. Good opening, good cut, and some good yards there for LSU.
Georgia really satisfied me today.
Well, I saw the stat that Bennett only attempted 11 passes in the whole game.
Yep. So this is what happened. We ran the ball, and then we ran the ball. That's all we did.
Yeah, well,
you can't throw.
That'll make all the Bennett. That'll make all the
Arkansas was lying. Arkansas.
That'll make all the Stetson Bennett. Yeah, that'll make all the Stetson Bennett haters happy. Then you didn't have to rely on him.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, some Georgia fans are kind of getting ridiculous with that. It's almost like just
Yeah.
you know what's going to happen and just don't talk about it. And that's one thing Lou likes to do. He likes to rag on Stetson Bennett coming in the game all the time.
Yeah. Did the what's the tight end? He's like the 5th best tight end in the SEC. Did he play?
Who are you talking about? Brock Bowers or Darnell
Oh,
Washington?
The other guy starts with a D.
Yeah, Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
He didn't
Yeah.
play.
Did he play?
No, he didn't
'Cause
play. He didn't need to either.
Okay, because he was supposed to be cleared today to play, so I wondered if he did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Stetson Bennett. He didn't even throw the ball. Because Arkansas lined up in this. Who lines up in a 3-2 defense against Stetson Bennett? Like who?
Well, the
That's
3-2-6 is
That's why we
the
ran.
3-2-6 is the Iowa State defense that everybody in the SEC is starting to copy.
right. Oh, wait. Are you
It's a
saying
good
everyone in the
defense,
SEC
and
is
that's
trying to
why
copy the
a lot of teams
Cyclones?
run it.
Believe it or not, that's the truth, Ballard. The 3-2-6 is
Okay.
Iowa State was the first one in
That's
the
true.
country
That's
to start
true.
using that.
Said it's a 3-4-6.
Well, Georgia's not running a 3-2 defense. In fact, Georgia's
No.
still running a lot of 4-4 defense, but
Yeah.
they'll never go
Well,
to a 3-2 defense. I know that.
If you run a 3-2-6, you can mess the other team up really hard if you can stop the between the tackles run. If you can't do
Which
that,
Ole Miss
and you're
can't
in
do.
trouble, right? And if you can't do that, you're in trouble all night long. And Ole Miss couldn't do that today, and yet they stayed in their 3-2-6. Apparently, because they thought that was going to mess with Bryce Young, but Alabama just kept running the ball at them. Which,
Yeah,
I mean, if they stop the run, then they're in great shape. That's exactly what you want to do. But if your 3-2 is not stopping the run,
yeah. Well, that I don't understand why Arkansas would even start out in a 3-2 defense against Stetson Bennett. That just doesn't make much sense to me at all. I mean, if you're playing Stetson Bennett, you should be in a 4-4 and a 5-3. Instead, they were in a 3-2.
Well, Alabama.
well, if
Alabama kind of mixes it up a
playing
bit.
Stetson Bennett, I'd bring the house.
Yeah, 5-3, 4-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would do, and they didn't do that.
And that's certainly what I would do against JT Daniels. I'd bring the house. I want to rush the hell out of him.
Yeah, well,
We
America
run, what is it that Arkansas runs?
Because I'm not convinced Daniels has got the arm strength to throw the ball 50 yards down the field with any accuracy. Bennett's got a stronger arm than Daniels does.
Yeah.
See that?
Jeff, what is it? Remind me again what we're running for Alabama. I know it kind of switches up a bit. I read that it was, I think they call it like a 3-4-6 or something for the defense.
Well, you can't run a 3. That doesn't mathematically work.
That's what I was reading.
Well,
they got a couple different formations.
What they'll do sometimes is they'll run what's called a 3-5, which is not technically exactly what's going on, but it's when you run a 3-5, you're walking a linebacker up as the weak side defensive end, and you're bringing the free safety up, not the strong safety. You're bringing the free safety up on the weak side to play what back in the day when I was playing used to be called the monster position. Okay, it's a roaming weak side line. You're lessening the weak side of the defense, and you're going to bring them on the rush. Okay, that's what Will Anderson does. Okay,
yeah.
Will Anderson's not really a defensive end, but that's where they kind of play him. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like one of the. I don't know exactly what he is.
And then Bama will play. Then Bama will play a 4-4. But some of what they were doing today some of what they were doing, I couldn't figure it out at first. And then and neither could any of the other guys in the press room. We were all like trying to figure out what is it, and we were trying to we were hoping CBS would actually like do a slow motion or something and stop so we could look and count the guys, because it was almost like they were in a 4-2-5. It was almost like they were doing the reverse. It was almost like they were doing the reverse, and they were dropping the sandbacker and letting the sandbacker run free and cover the tight end. And because Ole Miss was hitting the tight end a couple times, and I'm like, that's unusual. Alabama never does that.
Yeah, I noticed.
That's what Bama was.
Bama's been pretty consistent with their. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and all the guys in the press room were there were like
but
10
not
guys
only
in
that,
there.
they would switch it up. They'd switch it up maybe every other play. It seemed like.
Well, there were like 10 guys in there.
They had. It's not like they swapped back and forth. They had like all kinds of different formations, but it worked, and I was very impressed with what Pete Golding pulled out today.
Well, I'll tell you what worked well for Alabama today is that Tim Scott, LeBron Ray, Fedarian Mathis on the inside. Georgia couldn't run inside the tackles, and specifically they couldn't run off center. Not enough to make Alabama honor it. I mean, they did have some runs, obviously. I mean, I think they ran for like 100 yards. But anyway, they couldn't sustain it. So once that happened, that meant Corral was not going to drop back, see the pressure, tuck the ball, and run straight up the middle like he did last year.
Well, a lot of the things that Bama was doing, they were running a 4-2-5. CBS said a 4-2-6, but that's just wrong. It was a 4-2-5. You can't run a 4-2-6. Yeah. That's 12 players.
So did they say that? Because see, when we're watching the games, there's no sound.
Well,
let me double check on something. Hold on. I'm still trying to learn position. So when you say, let me use a 4-2-5, is that like? Because I know you have the front, you have the secondary, and you have some guys.
No. 4-2-5 is 40 linemen, 2 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs.
Right.
See, that's what I was getting at. It's how many are in the formation.
I can't draw this for you. I can't draw this for you, Ballard. But I want you to picture the line of scrimmage. Okay.
Yeah.
The four are defensive tackles who are lining up over the guards.
Yeah.
Okay. Or one of whom might slide in between the guard and the center on a slant. And the other 2 are playing off the outside shoulder of the offensive tackle. Okay.
Okay.
The linebackers are playing in between the 2 left side defensive tackles, or the two left side defensive linemen and the 2 right side defensive linemen. That leaves a circular hole in the middle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where the middle linebacker.
Well, what I was trying to get. Yeah.
All right. Let me finish. Where the middle linebacker should be, but 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage. That's where the 5th defensive back. He's kind of a rover. That's where he's at. Mm-hmm. What you're trying to do when you're doing this is you're trying not to let the tight end catch a pass on the wing 7 yards downfield, and you're telling the offense, if you throw a slant, you'll probably complete it, but you're not going to get any yards after the catch, and we're going to blow up the receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's what they were doing.
Yeah. The announcer said.
Well, what I was trying to figure out real quick was like, okay, for example, a 4-2-5, right? So you have this many like pass rush up front on the line.
All right.
You got these 2 guys in the back, and then you got your secondary, basically, right?
Well, let me. Yeah,
when you see numbers like that, it's telling you what.
Okay, a 4-2-5 is the 4 is the defensive lineman, the 2 is the linebackers, and then the 5 is the defensive backs.
That's
So
what I was going for.
it's always
Like, what does
defensive
match
I
up
just
with?
said.
It's
linebacker.
telling you what's on the field.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
Right.
That's what we saw from Alabama today, and it worked. And they're probably going to continue running that. And now against Georgia, they might run that, but they also might stack the box a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't run a 4-2-5 against Georgia. I'd be too scared to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
They'd expose it.
I'd probably against Georgia, I'd probably run maybe a
What?
4-3-3-4, and then have 4 defensive backs. Because
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
gonna run.
Anyone catch?
I'm gonna run a 4-3 because I got to have a Mike over the center if I'm playing
Yeah.
Georgia, because I don't want Zamir Wright taking the ball in the 1 or the 2 hole,
yeah, I'd
or the
probably
A
run
and or the AB, however you want to term it. But I don't want Zamir Wright running between the center and the guard all day long.
Yeah, I'd probably run a 3-4. That's what I'd probably do.
Yeah, except Bama doesn't have the
The linebacker.
I don't
does.
know. I don't know. I don't know that they've got the, especially with the Christopher Allen out for the year. That changes their ability
Oh,
to.
that hurts us.
Yeah.
Now we have the depth, but Chris Allen is a key guy for our defense. That's been really special this year.
Well, it's not that there's not.
He just brings,
It's not
he
that
brings
it's
a
not
little more emphasis.
Ballard. It's
Yeah.
not that there's not depth in the linebacker room, and the recruits that are coming in, the linebackers are going to be, oh my God, thank you very much, but not yet, not yet, not yet. Just like the offensive line, they're a year away. They're not ready yet.
Yeah, well, one
And
thing Georgia
that's
think
the huge advantage that Georgia has, is that Georgia's not yet has already happened. They're already in place and ready to go.
Yeah.
I just think that, you mentioned the loss of Chris Allen on the edge and everything. I just felt like, they have the depth and the talent, but I feel like there was something about Chris Allen that put a little bit more emphasis, like just that little factor, a little bit more on Alabama's pass rush. Now, still great, but I felt like he just gave it a little bit more of a hit, and I don't know, like just put a little bit more emphasis and some energy into it. I don't know. You get what I'm
no
saying?
matter what the formation is, I'd probably use only 4 defensive backs against Georgia. I don't think you need 5. So that's what I would do.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'll take the chance that JT Daniels.
You're putting this out there so Auburn can hear this for next week. By the way, Jacob.
Huh?
Listen, I'll take the chance that JT Daniels is going to beat me, because I know Zamir Wright and the running game will beat me if I don't do something about that first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Georgia, one thing they don't do is they never run outside the tackles. They never do that. It's always in between the tackle and guard.
I got to have somebody go over the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Georgia does a lot of running in between the tackles and the guards, and they sometimes run it up between the center and guard. But you don't see many runs outside for Georgia, outside the tackles at least.
Yeah, they don't need to.
Yeah.
Georgia's damn good. They don't do a lot of fancy, but they're damn good at what they do.
Right.
Yeah, and what a waste it was talking about how much
center, handoff. Nope, fakes it. Steps back, pressure, finds an opening. He cuts back. He does get the first, and he's down just shy of the 15.
Well, how big is that block? How big is that blocked field goal now?
That's huge.
It's hurting them a bit.
Now, I think we would all know the formation you run against LSU, right? Because they can't run the ball to save their lives.
Right. Well, yeah.
So probably a 3-2-6 or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think Auburn's played bad in this game. They just got behind, and it changed the flow of the game.
Yeah.
Bigsby's a pretty good running back, I think.
He's a great running back.
Oh yeah, he's good. He's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but what happened to LSU? They went from Leonard Fournette and Darius Geis to now they can't run the ball anymore.
They had Edwards-Helaire in that championship team,
and he helped out a lot, even in the run game.
Yeah, but then again, you also got to think it was more on Jefferson and
it was.
who else did they have with Joe Burrow in the passing game?
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, yeah.
They had Moss, the tight end, Terrence Marshall. That LSU team was great. And the thing about the LSU team and the Bama team in 2020 is that those teams were before defenses figured out how to stop a spread offense. Now defenses kind of know, and that's why defenses are getting back into college football.
Yeah, defenses are starting to come back now.
Yeah,
and I like that trend. I like that trend. I like defenses coming back in.
Yeah, because there's the 3-year period where defenses didn't know how to stop a spread offense, and now they have the 3-2-6 and a bunch of other formations, and
I'm telling you, it's Paul Tyler at Iowa State running the 2-6 has changed, and people are like, wait a minute, how come Iowa State doesn't, when they give up touchdowns, it's either to short fields because the offense has turned the ball over, or their special teams is screwed up. You can't take the ball and go all the way down the field against Iowa State. Nobody does that. Not Oklahoma, not Texas, not nobody. And that's why. But if you run the 3-2-6, you had better be able to stop the between tackle runs. Now, so far, mostly Iowa State in the 3 years they've been running this defense has been able to do that, which is why people are copying it. But like anything else, when you take something away, when you go to stop something, you're also giving something away. You know, you're like, okay, I'm going to do this. Well, that opens, you can't help that. You know, whatever you do, there's going to be, well, this is designed to do this. Okay, but that means this is going to be weaker now. It's just the way it is.
I'm going to make a bold claim right now. I think Auburn will come back in this fourth quarter a bit, get the win in one of two. I don't think they beat both of them. But I think they're going to get either Alabama or Georgia and beat them at Jordan-Hare. That's my bold claim right now.
Auburn?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't think they get Georgia, but okay.
I think I have maybe stumbled upon the question of the night. The question that probably should be the first one asked on all the Sunday morning shows. And that is, hey, didn't you used to be Oregon? Goodbye, Pac-12.
Right.
Goodbye. There goes your playoffs. So long. Welcome to the playoff 2 SEC teams.
Yeah.
The ACC champs not getting in. The Pac-12 champs not getting in. It's going to be two SEC, and then the Big 10, the Big 12, and Cincinnati will fight out who's going to get the other two spots.
Okay. What about, is Notre Dame still undefeated? No, Cincinnati got them today, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Notre Dame's got to be out unless a lot of see, that's the thing about Notre Dame. Because they're not in a conference, they have to run the table and go undefeated. Unless there's a whole lot of chaos, I don't think there's going to be enough for it.
Yeah, well, Notre
Cincinnati can make it.
Notre Dame made me look good by beating Wisconsin, and then I bought into them, and then it made me look stupid today by losing at home to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I bought into I saw that stat on on what Brian Kelly's home record was at Notre Dame, and it was really outstanding. And I thought, you know what? Okay,
It was.
Cincinnati's due to be exposed. Well, wrong. I was exposed.
And I was wrong too. I was really wrong. But
here's where I was not wrong. I told anybody who would listen, and I kept typing it in the comment section for a whole week, that come Friday night, the Hawkeyes would be eating turtle soup.
Touchdown.
And they sure as hell did eat turtle soup.
Okay. Roll down Tide.
Touchdown, Auburn. Bo Nick ran it for 5.
This is a great game. This is a really good game.
This is amazing. I love it. It's always close.
Yeah, it has been. It has been a good, back and forth that nobody's pulling away.
Right. It's like one of those mini.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything about the game because I'm like 15 seconds ahead of you guys. I mean,
okay.
Well,
one thing Ballard says touchdown Auburn, and he says that, and I'm watching Auburn's already lined up for the extra. Yeah, they're already lined up for the extra point.
I was too. I'm always ahead of Ballard.
Damn it!
I remember
I'm speaking.
Sorry.
They're lining up for the extra point before Ballard says touchdown Auburn. I mean, right now I'm watching I don't know what you guys are seeing, but right now I'm watching the white hat look into the little screen to see if he scored.
Yeah, me too.
And even
I'm actually a little
he's
bit ahead
at
of
least
that.
at the half-yard line, I think. He's
really
close.
Let's see. Oh, he's in. He's in. Come on.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sometimes they look at these things and you're like, come on.
Let me tell you something, Joe.
I mean,
I want Auburn. I want Auburn to win tonight because let me explain. I don't want a crappy Iron Bowl. I want an all stakes SEC West on the line.
You're completely disqualified, Ballard. You're completely disqualified.
I thought I'd never hear that from an Alabama fan. I thought I'd never hear that from an Alabama fan. You think you want Auburn to win?
You have to understand how it is in the state, though.
That's like me saying I want Florida to win. No, I want Florida to lose every game they play.
Jacob. You almost said something here that I don't think you realize. You never will hear an Alabama fan say that. Real Alabama fans don't ever say that. Now, there are some people out there who root for Alabama that might say that, but real Alabama
That's not
fans.
what my listen, I live did in a split household. My grandmother was a Alabama fan, and my grandfather was a Auburn fan. They told me you pull for all teams unless they play each other. Now, I hate Auburn. But here's the thing, though. How many times have we had everything's on the line showdown at Auburn where, like, the SEC West was on the line, and how many times has Auburn gotten that?
Yeah, the last 2 times that happened, Auburn won.
Here's the thing. I want to beat Auburn when they're at their best is all I'm trying to say.
Here's what I'm trying to say.
So that way you can look at Auburn and say you had the chance and we took it away.
Every year, except for like the COVID year where, last year where we had, had to mess with the schedules a little bit. The Auburn game is always the 12th game of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
And every year I want Auburn to be 0-11 when we play them. And I want us to beat them and make them 0-12. I don't want Auburn to win ever, 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 ever under any circumstances, even if they're playing Al Qaeda. I don't want Auburn to win. I want them to die. I want them to die and burn and rot in the flames of hell.
I mean, look back. Listen, the last 2 times that the Alabama-Auburn game inside the SEC West, you lost, and you lost the West. So do you really want that to happen?
Yes.
And one of the years
our
it cost
team
you
is
a
better
national
this
title.
time. We have
Or at
a
least an
quarterback
appearance.
this time. We
Huh?
have a defense this time. We have a quarterback this time. We have a defense this time. We have the team this year.
I'm taking away your Bama
And
card.
Bryce
I'm
Young
taking away
proved
your Bama
himself.
card.
What? What'd you say, Jeff?
I said I'm taking away your card. You're
Hmm.
not an Alabama fan. You're just somebody that roots for Alabama. There's a difference. You can't say you want Auburn to win. You can't say, well, I was hoping today's game would be closer, like you said, against Ole Miss. No, wanted to bury Ole Miss. I'm angry Ole Miss scored 21 points. It was 42-7. I wanted to run it up to 56-7.
Yeah, I can't believe about.
I'm not interested in close games because they're thrilling and they're exciting. I want devastation and destruction. I want to be the dragon that comes through town, kills all your women, burns your crops in the field so that your children starve in the winter, and lays waste to your cities.
I apologize.
I mean, I want
say what you're saying.
mercy. Mercy is for the real world, and it's for Jesus Christ. In college football, there's no room for it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean sports.
I hope every
I'm not
Georgia-
saying don't be sportsmen. I'm not saying don't be sportsmen. I highly value sportsmanship, but mercy, no.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
I want
look,
I
I
want
want
you.
Georgia to win 70-0. I never
Yeah,
want a Georgia
exactly.
game to be close.
Right.
And
You're
I'm happy with the way
you're
Georgia played. They won 37-0, but I'd like to see
yeah
us score more.
yeah.
And because we had Stetson
You're
Bennett in the
happy.
game, we didn't score more.
You're happy to be bored. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Now, entertaining game.
I like not having an ulcer at the end of the game.
Yeah, it's too much stress in the last 5 minutes of like, oh my God, we're about to lose.
History.
Or
Where do you see what's about to happen?
in this LSU Auburn
In
game,
this game?
Yeah.
I think LSU's going to win. But they are getting stopped a lot on offense since Auburn switched to that 3-2-6. Actually, no, I take that back. I kind of feel like Auburn's going to squeak out a win, and here's why. Ever since Auburn switched to the 3-2-6, LSU's been doing nothing. So they scored 13 at the beginning, and now they've scored nothing. So I think I don't know. I'm just excited to watch a great football game.
Now this is one of those games where I think Tiger Cat asked me, would I be rooting for LSU? And I told him no, but I would be rooting against Auburn.
Yeah, like
I don't want anybody to win this game. I just want somebody in particular to lose it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I wish Virginia and Miami both could have lost Thursday night.
Who's this?
Hokie for life.
Oh yeah, this is
I'm
Virginia
sorry I
Tech
let
fan.
anybody
Oh
in
yeah,
here.
speaking of Virginia Tech fans, Slim Shady, wherever you are, I need to see your reaction to the Miami game. Still haven't seen you yet. It's like you've been hiding since then. So I need to see you, sir.
That's what Miami fans do. When they lose, they just go into hibernation for about a year. Then they come back.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Slim Shady was talking all this about how Miami's going to somehow win the division because the ACC is bad. They missed the field goal. They lose in a heartbreaking game, and now he's not showing up. So I need to see Slim Shady again. But we can go
Crimson
on.
Brake says he crossed paths with Maddie Sims at the game, apparently.
Who?
Crimson Brave says he ran across Maddie Sims at the game. If I'd been at the game and run across Maddie Sims, I'd have smacked him right upside his fat cheeks.
Oh, I missed.
would have said, I
So
would have said, hey,
Clemson beat
I would
Boston
have said,
College.
you went,
Yeah.
you spent 2 weeks going. I went to the game at Oxford last year, and I'm scared. I think they're going to beat us. I mean, little face.
It's one thing me predicting an Ole Miss to win the game. It's another thing for an Alabama fan to think that Ole Miss is going to win. I mean, Ballard said that.
I think on D4's show that he actually picked Ole Miss to win.
Yeah, I picked Ole Miss to win. Ballard picked Ole Miss to win. Maddie frightened of Ole Miss. And then Haas straightened him up.
You ever see that movie? Did you ever see the movie Fright Night?
No.
It's an early 80s comedy, it's a Dracula movie, but there's a little bit of comedy involved. Roddy McDowell plays this TV host who's like a make-believe vampire hunter or whatever, and then there's a young kid and his neighbor's a vampire. But anyway, towards the end of the thing, they're over at the vampire's house, and Roddy McDowell pulls out a crucifix and tries to ward off the vampire. And the vampire just laughs, and he reaches out and he grabs the cross with his hands. And he says, you have to have faith for that to work on me. In other words, just holding up a cross, holding up a crucifix isn't enough. You have to actually believe in what you're holding. Well, when the boy does it, he does believe, and it chases the vampire off. Well, that's same thing with Matty Sims. Matty Sims didn't have any faith, and you have to have faith, and he's got weak faith.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not scared of anybody left on Georgia's schedule this year.
What?
If I was a Georgia fan, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
Georgia has one of the best defenses I've ever seen.
Yeah. Now when we play Alabama, okay, we can have a discussion then.
Hey, who's that joining us? I didn't see who's joining us.
That's Hokie for life. What's up, buddy?
Yep.
Hokie for life. All right, how are we doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing good. I enjoyed the bye week.
Yeah.
Sure, you needed it.
Who do you got next week?
The Notre Dame Fighting Irish coming to Lane Stadium.
You need that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Did anybody see any of the Michigan Wisconsin game today?
No, but
no, what happened in it?
Michigan balled out.
I just happened because we had all these. Oh, this is actually I gotta correct myself. This was before I went to Ames, so I saw this at home. I'm just flipping through the channels, and just by dumb chance, I stumbled across Jump Around, which is at the start of the fourth quarter. You know, where they go jump up, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the Michigan players on the sideline were getting involved in it too. That's the first time I've ever seen a visiting team do it. The visiting team was jumping up and down too. And I've been there one time. I've been in Camp Randall one time when Jump Around happens, and because I'm on the field, but I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you, fellas. You can feel underneath your feet in the turf. You can feel the vibration.
Yeah, it's same in Lane Stadium with Inner Sandman.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. You're like, oh my God, is the whole place going to collapse? Because I mean, you actually are feeling the earth move. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's what Georgia does. They started the flashlight tradition.
Yeah, at least when the Hawkeyes do the Kinnick wave, they're not jumping up and down; they're just turning around and waving. You know.
Yeah, jumping up and down is all dramatic, and then they lose by 21.
Yeah, Nate the Great must be going crazy because Michigan won big, and
look, the Big Ten is interesting,
and Nebraska just beat the heck out of Northwest. It was 49-7. I don't know what it ended up being.
Speaking of beating the heck out of people, Anyone think that Missouri's a little bit overrated this year?
Was it 45-10 at the half? Somebody told me it was 45-10 at halftime.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
I did not
was.
expect that. Hendon Hooker playing so good at Tennessee has me pissed off. I can't watch Tennessee anymore.
Well, I sure didn't think Tennessee scored. They scored 56 against some junior high girls volleyball team, and then they
Tennessee State?
scored 62 against Missouri. Who was a who you know laugh at Missouri, but that's an SEC team. You know, it's not chopped liver. I mean, it's they got SEC players. And Tennessee
Same thing with
scored 62. What the hell's going on in the world?
Same thing with Vanderbilt. We scored 62 on SEC players.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's like, wow.
No one cares how bad Vanderbilt is. It's still an SEC team at the end of the day.
Yeah, firing
Yeah,
Derek Mason was
I was impressed. 62-0, and
yeah.
I mean,
well, I was more. What was it? I thought the most impressive stat from the Georgia Vanderbilt game was that Georgia had more different individuals score rushing touchdowns, 5, than Vanderbilt had first downs in the entire game, 4.
3. Oh,
well,
one of them was off of a pass interference.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh my goodness.
Really 3, but I guess I got an extra one.
It's a miracle. They got a first down.
Georgia's defense really has only allowed 16 points. 7 of them was from the pick 6 against UAB.
Right, pick 6, yep.
Yeah.
So if you had
so
that,
technically 9.
16.
What?
13 against South Carolina, 3 against Clemson.
Oh, yeah, that's 16.
Yeah, that Georgia defense is great. We just need to get these guys out of the injury bug. I mean, we've had many receivers.
I had predicted 38-13 Georgia, so I almost got the offense right. But I thought Arkansas would be able to scrape together, a couple field goals, and maybe Georgia drops a punt or something, and Arkansas gets a really short field, and they get an El Cheapo touchdown somewhere along the way. Yeah, I didn't expect Georgia to shut them out. I was impressed by that.
Yeah.
Here's what makes me mad. Here's what makes me upset. Since Georgia and Alabama dominated, now people are saying Ole Miss and Arkansas are bad teams. They're not bad teams. That's just how good Georgia and Alabama is.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the one guy said on the FS1. Well, it was Fox Radio. I was listening to the radio in the car on the way back home, and they were talking about results across the country today. And they said, "Look, it is absolutely clear that Alabama and Georgia are way ahead of everybody else."
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a small gap. It's a huge gap.
And the crazy thing is, they both might not get into the playoffs.
Did anyone expect the 62-24 Tennessee victory like that?
No.
Look, I'm just going to say it straight
62 points.
I had Missouri 35-14.
Tennessee scored 62. What the
Yeah, I know.
hell?
We were just talking about that. It was unbelievable.
Hendon Hooker likes to play good for like 8 games, and he falls apart.
I mean,
he'll fall apart by the end of the season.
I thought Arkansas would at least exist on offense against Georgia.
Right,
I didn't know.
Georgia easily has one of the best defenses I've ever seen.
It's kind of, this Georgia defense, I'm not saying they're better, but they're on pace to be better than the 2011 Alabama defense.
Oh, well, no. No.
I know.
For one thing, Georgia ain't played anywhere near the opposition that 2011 Alabama team had to play.
But
yeah, college football schedules are weaker now.
Max Johnson
Well,
for a sec.
And I'm not trying to take anything away from the Georgia defense, but that Alabama defense put 7 guys in the draft.
I'm not saying they are bad.
Yeah.
You can't say that Georgia defense is better than that through 5 games. I'm just saying they're on pace.
What you gonna do? Hey,
Oh
wait a
yeah,
minute.
I know
What
they're,
are you guys
and
gonna
I'm not
do?
taking anything away from them. They're one of the best defenses I've seen in the past several years. I mean, they are.
I want to know what Georgia's going to do after they lose these guys and they can't field a defense.
Well, you see, I've been saying this a little bit.
They'll still be good.
I kind of have a
No, I
feeling
know
that
that.
Georgia.
I'm just joking.
I kind of have a feeling that Georgia might lose to Oregon next year, week 1.
Well, Oregon didn't look that hot today.
Well, Oregon was going to lose a game. It was just going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, but they're only going to lose one. They'll finish 12-1 and win the Pac-12 and make the playoffs.
Alabama opens with Utah State. Then we got some games with Texas.
Then we go to Texas. Yeah, week 2 is Bama at Texas.
Sarkeesian.
Easy win.
No, hold on. We don't speak too soon, Hokie.
Well, the thing is,
who knows what Sarkeesian is gonna.
To be fair, I made a joke about DJ, then they instantly got that touchdown right after it. So probably shouldn't speak.
Georgia's. I still think Georgia will win the East, but we're not gonna. I don't think we win the SEC. That's probably
beat Boston College.
Yeah.
1913.
Boston College should have won that game, but whatever. It's fine.
So Clemson did win.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
They'll probably still drop out for someone like Kentucky. They look like
they're out of the playoff
trash.
anyway.
No, I mean out of the top 25.
Oh yeah.
They better anyway.
They shouldn't be in the top 25.
Yeah.
But
I don't care really where they're ranked as long as they're not a playoff threat.
Yeah.
They're not.
Well, for me, I'm praying for them to lose 2 more games so they don't make the ACC championship.
Yeah. No.
I'd rather play.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, well, one thing, this Iowa team, I think Georgia has the best defense in the country, but Iowa might have the best pass defense in the country.
Well,
yeah.
And honestly,
how many picks did they have last night?
5. And honestly, I think they do have the best pass defense in the country.
They had 6 interceptions last night. 5 off Tabagabagabola and 1 off the other guy.
Yeah.
And they played their polka when it was over. When Iowa wins, they play a polka. In heaven there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. In heaven there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. And if there were beer in heaven, I don't know other words, but they play it's a stupid ass thing and they play it and I hate it. But the Hawkeye fans
I mean, Iowa, I think they're going to make the playoffs as well as Oregon.
So who are your 4 teams, Jacob?
All I said about Iowa is I predicted them to win the West, but now they might do more than that. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
I tell you what. Here's the thing with Iowa. Here's the thing with Iowa. When you play the Hawkeyes, when they're having one of their better years under Kirk Ferentz, when you play them, it's like being served a big piece of vanilla cake with white icing. Oh, it's delicious. It's sweet. You're enjoying it, but there's absolutely nothing fancy about it. I mean, it's just plain vanilla. And that's what the Hawkeyes want to do. That's exactly right. That's what the Hawkeyes want to do. They want you to get into their plain vanilla style of game and just kind of put your mind to sleep, where you just kind of drift off and you're not really paying attention to what's going on. And all of a sudden you look up and the game's over. And that's what they do. They don't do anything fancy. They just kind of lull you to sleep. And then all of a sudden you wake up and it's too late. And they just won their 27th. Think about this. In this era of offensive football, Iowa just played their 27th consecutive game of allowing less than 25 points.
That's amazing.
Iowa's defense. Well, yeah, and this is similar to the 2015 season that Iowa had. But let me tell you one thing: Tyler Goodson, that is a star player. That's a
He's
star
got
player.
quick. He has Brees Hall style quick feet. He's really quick in the holes.
Yeah, I mean, and
He's like one of
Iowa
those.
did pass it a little bit last night. They did.
He's like one of those bugs you find in the pond that's on the water, and you try to like reach out and you try to reach out and grab it with your hand, and it's just too damn fast. It squirts away. That's kind of like what he is. He doesn't really blow anybody away or run them over. He just has these really happy feet, and you don't ever get lined up on him. You don't ever get a full blown heavy shot at him because he's always got the angle on you.
Yeah, well.
Now the king of that, the king of that all time was Barry Sanders. God bless him, the greatest running back I ever saw with my own eyes. Barry Sanders.
Well, I disagree. I think it's Herschel Walker, but okay.
Oh, Herschel Walker shouldn't even dress in the same locker room as Barry Sanders.
Are we talking about best running backs of all time?
Oh, yeah, Barry Sanders. Herschel was great. Herschel a great college running back, but I'm talking about what did they do in college, and then what did they do professionally? There's absolutely no.
Okay. That makes more sense. Because I was like, what?
College wise, Herschel was an absolute beast because he was 30 pounds heavier than anybody was trying to tackle him.
Good boy, son.
Yeah, in my opinion, Barry Sanders is the greatest NFL running back ever. That's just my opinion.
Well, I'm partial to Walter Payton, but I will tolerate a Sanders argument because he was just so good. And both of those guys played behind their whole careers behind offensive lines that were average.
Unlike Emmitt Smith.
Oh yeah, and Emmitt Smith ran behind probably the greatest offensive line ever.
All that says you about to roll with the time.
And then Daryl Johnson.
Emmitt Smith ran behind 3 Hall of Famers.
Larry Allen.
3 Hall of Famers on that offensive line. Larry Allen, Nate Newton, and what the other guys did. Yeah, if Peyton or Sanders had that offensive line, holy cow.
Yeah, well, Daryl Johnson was also great, the fullback.
Oh, yeah.
And he might not have been useful in today's game because fullbacks are kind of, I guess you could say, dead, but he really helped out Emmitt Smith a lot when it came to blocking.
Which is too bad because I love a team that uses a fullback. And that's one of the things Iowa does. Potabom, they use their fullback.
Overall, I'll say real quick, still watching this Auburn game, this is a defensive game right here.
It's been a good game, though.
It has. And they were just showing, I think it said it was like 3 for 7 for LSU on third down. It was pretty close between them and Auburn. Auburn's been better, at least stopping the Tigers on third down.
It's been an enjoyable game to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got it muted so I can hear you guys, but the side effect, the bonus side effect is that I don't have to hear either team's terrible fight song, so that's been wonderful. Now, next Saturday, hopefully I don't have to stand in the damn rain like I did all night tonight. I got Penn State at Iowa at 3 o'clock. I'm looking forward to that.
Nice. That's going to be a great game.
Well,
I'm going to go over there. I'm going to go over there early in the morning. I'm not going to wait.
I'm back now. What are we talking about?
Penn State at Iowa next Saturday.
I was going to win. That's all I'm saying. I was going to win. They're going to run the football, play defense. They're going to win the game. Give me the Hawkeyes.
Well, last year they beat the hell out of Penn State, but that's when Penn State was on their 0-5 start. And in the past 10 years, I don't know what their record is the past 10 years, but it's not really good. Penn State has owned them. Penn State's owned them the last.
Well, you said Iowa beat Penn State?
Yeah, they whooped them last year.
Oh, then I was seriously mistaken. I heard they were on a 7-game win streak or something. Penn State was.
No. Iowa beat them something like, I don't know, 41-16 or something. They beat them pretty good last year.
They did. And see, teams like LSU, this is the issue that LSU is having. This is the issue LSU is having right now. Since LSU can't run the ball, they're getting hit with the 3-2-6. So it's like, this is why you still got to be able to run the ball in college football.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, of course. You know what really made me upset?
What?
How the Clemson-Boston College game was on ACC Network.
Yeah. Gotta throw that out. 6.5 left, down 2. What does Auburn do? I guess you just kind of move the ball downfield and kick a field goal and just play a little bit. Play defense like you did on the last drive.
Yeah.
When LSU gets the ball back.
Jeez. I know he's not going to get fired, but Ed Orgeron is not going to take this LSU team anywhere.
I mean, yeah.
They might as well fire him now because we know he's going to get fired later, don't we?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what
Go back. Oh, show her again.
What?
I know what Jeff's talking about.
What the hell were you watching, Jeff?
I know what Jeff is talking about. You'll see it soon, Ballard. This is a great football game.
Yeah.
It is.
We need to see more.
I just saw someone say Kentucky's going to win the East.
Oh, yeah, that Kentucky Bluegrass idiot.
No. It was someone in this chat.
I'm going to have a word with him soon. When Georgia beats them.
Bluegrass media is an absolute idiot.
Yeah, Kentucky's good, but they're not that good.
Nice guy, but an idiot, like you said.
This is all. I told him he was an idiot on the StreamYard. I got into a big argument with him. He said Georgia was trash, blah, blah, blah. And here's the thing with these people. All you can do is talk about the game afterwards. Because you can't say anything to them before the game because they're not going to believe it. They're just going to deny it. Or they're going to say something stupid and crazy. But
they got beat by somebody last year, and he had been blowing hard all in all these streams at night, and then he disappeared for an entire month. Nobody heard from him for like a month. He vanished.
Kentucky Bluegrass.
Yeah.
Well, they lost to Ole Miss in a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah.
They also lost to they lost to Georgia. They lost to Florida. They lost to Missouri. They lost.
Well, I don't mind the fact that they beat Florida tonight because that'll just Celine will just be
livid.
Yeah.
Yes. What if Celine did a game?
He'll have all his fire Grantham out and
I'm tired of hearing that. Like, we get it. We know you want Grantham fired.
Right.
You don't got
right.
yourself.
Right.
I like Salim, but he's got to
why
cut
don't
that out.
you? I got him mad the other day because I said, "Hey, Celine, why don't you, for the 5,000th time, tell us that you don't watch the National Felons League? Nobody's aware of it."
Yeah, that's what Salim does a lot. He'll go out and he'll tweet or he'll post on Facebook all the things he won't do. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, like we know you're not gonna do that. It doesn't matter. Like and that's a lot of people too. That doesn't just go with Salim. They'll be like, I'm not gonna watch the NFL anymore because of this or this. I'm not gonna watch the NBA. Like, we don't care. We don't care what you do. That's your life. Make your own choices.
I'm not gonna put mustard on my ham sandwich. Okay,
but you don't gotta
great.
tell it.
Wonderful. I don't care.
Yeah, like for example, something.
If we should ever be in the same kitchen, and I decide to make you a sandwich, I'll try to remember that you don't like mustard on it.
Yeah.
Other than that, don't bother me with the details.
Yeah, like one thing, like I don't like cheese on hamburgers, but I'm not gonna ever make an announcement that I'm never gonna eat a hamburger with cheese on it. Like if I once again, I'm gonna kitchen somebody, I'm gonna say, don't put cheese on my hamburger. But
if on the other hand you're in my backyard and I've got a couple of burgers on the grill and I say, "Hey, you want cheese on one of yours?" and you say no,
Hey,
and I'll say okay. I don't care.
Yeah,
you know?
like, but I don't.
Did anyone happen to see the UConn and Vandy game?
Don't tell me
UConn. Anyway, our old buddy, I didn't like him, but Joseph Bolivis hit the game-winning field goal.
Oh yeah, Vandy won, huh?
Vandy won by a field goal by probably one of the worst kickers at least Bama had. I never liked Bolivis, but check this guy. Check this out here. Beat UConn.
He's better than Sarah Fuller.
Wow. Almost didn't make that.
UConn's not. They're 0-6.
Look at Vandy celebrating.
Imagine they somehow won 6 games and made a bowl.
I'm actually happy for them in a way. I don't know why.
We used to.
That's good.
When I was a Bama fan, we used to make fun of Vanderbilt because they're the Commodores. And yeah, you know who the Village people are. They sang the gay group, the gay group that sang YMCA. You know I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Did you see the running? Did you see the running play there? Is that what you watched? I might be a little bit ahead.
Oh, hello. Hi there.
Huh. Yeah, this is a good game. I've said that a lot, but
we used to taunt the Commodores and sing the old Village people song. In the Navy.
He did not lose the ball like that, man. Did he actually fumble that, or did Nix go out of bounds there?
I think he fumbled, honestly.
I think that's got to be reviewed there because
that's going to be called a forward pass.
That is, but
my guess.
Yeah, I mean, what are y'all's? I guess you could say current playoff predictions right now.
Oh boy! After only week 6 or week 5, that's.
I know.
Well, I think Alabama, Georgia, because I think they're both undefeated in Atlanta, and the loser is going to get in as an at-large.
So it's still Auburn's ball because it hit the ground, it bounced up, and they're not going to call him for grounding or nothing. For Bo Nix. He's going to hand it though. No, he's going to keep it. He throws out route to the 15. And get some good yards there. They're working with 440.
Nick Saban, 24-0.
I'm going to assume they score here and maybe leave somewhere between 3.5 minutes for LSU. Unless if they don't score here, I think the game will be done because we could just imagine LSU might put it away.
Did y'all see what happened to that to Chase McClellan today?
What happened to Jace?
He's out for a couple weeks with a knee injury.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I didn't know if y'all knew or not. I'm just bringing it up.
I didn't know how bad it was.
Well, Nick Saban said he's going to be out for some time.
I missed. I haven't heard the post game presser yet.
It said at the bottom. I don't.
Everyone said 5 hours ago that he had a knee injury and the outlook was not good.
Yeah.
Did he get it? He's either at the half-yard line or he's in. I couldn't tell, but he did break
PJ
the 5.
Ojolari on LSU. He's representing LSU's defense right now. Number 8, Marietta.
Oh, no, he was knocked out of bounds there. It was a hard hit, too. Boom!
I don't think he got there.
No, he didn't.
Whoa, big hit.
Nick's under center, takes a snap, hands it off. He's in there. Touchdown. 23-19.
I'll tell you what, the Big Ten has a lot of great defensive teams.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Auburn.
Oof.
Now, what do you trust more in this situation? Do you trust Auburn's defense, or are you trusting the offense of LSU for another drive?
What are you talking about? Going for 2?
No. I'm talking about LSU's fixing to get the ball back. Score.
No. Auburn shut them down with the 3-2-6 because LSU can't run the ball.
Yeah.
No.
LSU doesn't move the ball at all.
At the beginning of the game, LSU was running like a.
Let's see.
It was a 4, like it was a 4. It was a 4-4 or something, and then they switched to the 3-2-6, and no, I think Auburn's going to hang on and get their first win in Death Valley since 1999.
Yep, I was bringing that up earlier. Was it 99 or was it like 94 or something? Hold on.
99.
Was it been that long? Wow.
Yeah, it's they haven't won in Athens since 2005, and they haven't won in Tuscaloosa since 2010.
I knew about the Tuscaloosa and Athens. Actually, they last. Yeah, 1999. It looks like last time they won in Baton Rouge. This has been what, 22 years, right?
Yeah.
That's so funny. We pulled into this Amoco station trying to figure out how the hell to get to LSU's campus. We were lost. We thought we'd taken a shortcut, and we were all screwed up. And I walked into this gas station to ask where to go.
Did he just fair catch that at the 4-yard line? Or am I? What a horrible fair catch that was. You fair caught at the 4-yard line?
25-yard line.
Oh.
Right.
Well, then I was messing up.
Your timeout, I guess.
It looks like I don't know the rules then. He fair caught at the 4-yard line, so I thought. Okay.
Well, kickoff, it goes to the 25.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. So we had
on the kickoff.
We had 4 out of 6 top 10
I got
teams
I
lose
got
this
into
weekend.
an argument with this Alabama fan today about something, and then I hit him with the name 5 players, and let's just say the 5. I said name 5 current players, and he named he said Mac Jones, Devontae Smith, Paul Tyson, Jameson Williams, and he said Bryce Young. Well, first of all, 2 of those players don't
Going
even play.
deep, man open. I think he was out there, but that was a great throw. And good catch, too.
Auburn's not running the 3-2-6 anymore. He is out. How come he's wearing Odell Beckham's jersey number? Odell Beckham 2.0?
I don't know.
Yeah. Bo Nix is praying to God that the defense holds on, and honestly, I think they will. I don't see how LSU's going to score. I really don't. Oh, my God. I just sat on the remote.
Simpson wrapped up Palmer there.
I just sat on
As
the
he got
remote.
it in the flat. It's good. It's a good defensive
Somebody tell me
coverage.
what's going on. We need more SEC games like this. 9 o'clock, late night, gives me something to watch. We need
Sleep
more
on,
of it.
right?
Yeah, they should give me. They should
Go
do
to
this
bed
every
knowing you
week.
saw a hell of a game.
Yeah. I have this to
3rd
watch
and
instead
3.
of what we had last week. We had
Johnson
like
throws over the middle. It's complete. That's a great catch there. That was Smith. That was Deion
LSU
Smith.
undefeated. Yeah. Good catch.
Wait a minute. LSU has a receiver with the last name Smith, and he's number 6. Impressive. But don't steal
And
from
his
us ever again.
first name starts with a D. Did Devontae Smith come back
Dion
to college?
instead of Devontae, yeah.
He come back to college, change his name, put on an LSU uniform.
I think Devontae Smith actually almost went to LSU, if I'm not mistaken. He's from Louisiana.
He committed to Georgia, actually, and then flipped to Alabama.
That was
Smith
a
did?
smart choice.
And to think he got the game winner on y'all, too, by the way. What y'all missed out on.
We've moved on from that. We're all about
Well,
2021.
we just got a commitment from a 4-star defensive tackle from Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Oh.
3rd and 6. Johnson going deep. Whoa. Keishawn Boutte. He got that. Hauled it in.
I think you're a little bit ahead of me, so I muted you for
Was
that
he
one.
in?
Whoa!
Did he have?
I think you're a little
Hold
bit
on.
ahead
Did
of
he
me.
have control of the ball, though?
Jamar Chase 2.0.
They're reviewing this. He caught it, but the question is, before going out of bounds. Now, he fell in bounds and then rolled out. But did he have control is the question, I think.
Well, I actually
if I'm not
muted you for
mistaken.
that play because you're a little bit ahead of me. Jeez, LSU just cannot run the football.
Yeah. No, that ball's out. That's incomplete. It's hitting the
I'm telling you, Auburn's going to get a stop here. And if they don't, well, double win for me. I
They'll
picked
come
LSU
back.
to win this. I picked LSU to win this game, so. I wonder how many more natties Alabama's going to win until Nick Saban retires. That was so random.
Where's the ref? Hold on. Incomplete. 4th down.
Oh, here we go.
So Auburn gets a break there. Now on 4th and 6, can they hold them? Because LSU's not trying to kick a field. They need a touchdown. And I'll tell you what, if they get the stop, Auburn's going to walk out of here with a win. If LSU can at least pick up the first, they keep the drive going. They could go down and score.
Well, it's not only this. You know what else we have? UCLA,
Well,
Arizona State. Anybody can stay up for that?
I'm not.
Okay.
issue decided.
They shut down.
Johnson takes a snap, rolls out, throws. It's intercepted. That's it. Intercepted by Auburn.
Okay, so I just muted you for that play.
That was Knighton that got him. That's the game.
I muted you for that one, so I'm gonna see what happens. Oh!
Did you just see the pick?
Goodbye. Na 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 na. Na, na,
You
na,
gotta
na,
face that next week.
Hey,
What are you dancing for?
Goodbye. Goodbye.
You have to face the crap.
Oh, we gotta face some.
It literally fell in his hands.
I told you they're gonna get the stop.
That was by Darius Knighton. He's a senior from Mississippi.
Look at that. I'll tell you what, they won't be doing it against Georgia. Will anybody beat Georgia this year?
They'll do it next weekend against Georgia for sure.
Oh my God. Who? You know what we'll do? I'll tell you what, Bo Nix is not running around in the backfield like that against Georgia. They leaving. They're gone. Goodbye.
That's the game. Bo Nix takes a snap, goes down to a knee, and that'll pretty much do it. And Auburn survives and gets a very good 5-point win, 24-19.
All right,
down the Bayou over the LSU Tigers.
Time to watch UCLA versus Arizona State.
You can watch it if you want.
Yeah, of course I can.
I'm waiting to see what's on the news.
The news?
Yeah. I think the juice is showing a game. I might have to flip over to UCLA on FS1.
Yeah. UCLA is actually down 9. Seems like this was a good week of college football. This was a good week of college football. I'll just say that. And you know what the great thing is? We got a good week next week. Georgia, Auburn, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Ole Miss, the battle of the two losers. Iowa, Penn State, that's the big one. Alabama takes.
That was, by the way, that late pick there for Auburn. That I think it's saying that was Max Johnson's first of the night. He ended up being 26 of 46, 325 yards, a touchdown, and a pick for Max. So,
jeez.
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, whatever. You kidding me? Oh, this guy's just crazy. All right, these Kentucky fans are getting out of control. This Kentucky fan said that Kentucky's gonna score over 40 points on Georgia, and they're not gonna allow any sacks.
Baylor's going to drop. Oklahoma State could go up. Auburn's going to rise in the ranks. Clemson, they got the win today. They should rise up, but I still think they suck. Arkansas lost to Georgia. They should drop all the way down. Alabama's going to stay put. Ole Miss will drop. There's going to be some shakeup, but it seems like
I disagree with what Uncle Lou said earlier today.
What?
He said that Georgia should move up over Alabama without a question. Like, I disagree. Uncle Lou said that.
No, he said what?
Georgia should move over Alabama without a question. I don't think so yet. I mean, Alabama got a good win today. I don't know if you can drop
Well,
Alabama like that. Can you? That just doesn't seem.
Well, here's the thing. Georgia, do we know if they can compete with Alabama?
Well, yeah, we know that they can. The question is, will they? And
They beat them, because it'll shock all of college football if Kirby Smart walks in there and beats Nick Saban. It's like, holy cow, he did it. Of all the assistants, and it's Kirby Smart, and he actually pulled it off. We didn't think he could do it. No one did.
yeah.
I mean, it'd be historic in a way.
Did Jeff leave?
Yeah, he left.
Oh, well. Okay, but anyways, I mean, this Kentucky Bluegrass, I can't wait to get in his face when Georgia blows out Kentucky.
You talking about Bluegrass Sports Media?
Yeah, this idiot talking about how Kentucky's going to come in and win the East. Just being delusional. I argued with him on StreamYard once, I think. And remember how I said Ole Miss could maybe score 28 on Georgia?
You change your mind because their offense is bad?
Well, I do think Alabama's defense improved, but I also think Georgia's defense is still better than Alabama's, and therefore Ole Miss is not scoring.
I can't believe it was a huge, major. The biggest surprise of today is that Arkansas didn't score on Georgia. I think.
Well,
I mean, think about it, man. Everything they had offensively, and they didn't
it was a
score on you
bad
guys. That's
matchup.
embarrassing.
Honestly, I don't think they were well prepared. I don't think they were motivated. They looked, I'm not trying to be cocky, but they looked scared to go against Georgia. They really did. They looked scared of the crowd noise. They look intimidated. Look, they got down 30. They got down 21-0 in the first quarter. Did you watch Georgia Arkansas game?
I saw some of it. Yeah. Then I had my interview. What?
That's a flag. Oh, I'm watching the UCLA Arizona State game. I'm sorry. Was I loud there?
Yeah. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was a huge hit on the quarterback. Anybody watching Are you watching the game or no?
No. In fact, I'm fixing to shut this down and go to bed.
Oh,
So.
well.
But hey, man, thanks for coming on as always. And holy cow, these were some great games today, especially this one here.
Auburn LSU?
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah. Eddie Orgeron's fixing to get himself fired soon.
Make a bold claim that what if Wake Forest wins the ACC?
I'm gonna make
It
a
could
bold
happen.
claim.
It could happen.
I'm gonna make a bold claim and say Georgia wins the national title.
I had that preseason. I just thought you guys would have that team this year, and I mean, after this is your only chance, at least for right now. Give Brock a couple years and maybe. I don't know if he'll take over next year and automatically do it, but with JT, I think you guys could.
Yeah, I mean, there's one. I disagree with what Lou said about Georgia moving up, but there's one thing I do agree with him, and he said that Alabama's only number one because of what they did last year, and that's 100% true. That is the only reason why they're number one. But
I'm proud of real quick. I'll say this about baseball. I am beyond proud of the Rays this year. They just hit, and they did it over the Yanks, 12-2. Their 100th win on the season. Let's go. Perfect time.
I'm proud of the.
Let's go, man.
I'm proud of. Well, I'm proud of the Braves winning the division.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know too much, but we beat the Phillies.
Talking about the Braves?
Yeah. We better not blow a 3-1 lead.
They were 8-2 their last 10 games.
Whoa! Oh my gosh.
Overall. Yeah. And the two games they lost were a final game in a series against the Diamondbacks, and in the first game in the series they still have it going on. They play tomorrow against the Mets. So
this UCLA game's getting real interesting.
Yeah. Anyways, man, I'm gonna go ahead and end it and get some sleep and all that. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
All right, see ya. Go Dogs.
Yeah. Roll Tide. Thanks, Jacob and Jeff, for coming on tonight. Had a few people. I love each and every one of you. This was a great game here. Auburn gets the win 24-19. Defense stands tall. Bo Nix looks pretty good. They get it done down on the Bayou. And again, I think, what was it, the first time in nearly 2 decades that they win at LSU? That's pretty good. So, anyway, I love you guys. Jesus loves you. Keep your head up. Remember that. God bless. And as always, folks, roll Tide, roll. Love y'all. Have an awesome weekend. Love y'all. Peace out.
Pie in the what?
Horse.
What did he say?
Okay.
Roll down Tide.